Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride.
Tonight on the Snapdragon Pro Series, 16 Clash Royale players are here to fight over the lion's share of a $10,000 prize pool, and among them are some of the best players in North America.
One of those players is our returning champion, Diego94. He's back to defend his Season 1 title, but this time around, he'll be facing even tougher competition.
Not the least of which is Sweet. He may be making his Snapdragon Pro Series debut tonight, but he's no stranger to world-class competition, boasting a deep resume, including 2 appearances at Clash Royale League World Finals.
The tournament is moments away from beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really
want it, gotta own it. Fought through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are live from Burbank, California, and tonight is the Clash Royale Season 2 Split 1 Finals for the North American region. And I'm very excited to be here again alongside Rich and Andrew. Are you excited for tonight?
I'm so pumped. These players are so fun to watch. We have a great bracket tonight, and this is going to be some great Clash Royale.
Yeah, we're in a brand new meta. I'm excited to see we had some new emergency balance changes that just came in. And of course, you've been casting, but I haven't got to do it since World Finals, so I'm excited to be here. Very happy to be back with both of you.
It's going to be a great night. Now, we've got a lot of action here that we need to talk about. So first, let's walk through how it's going to work. This is our bracket, and lots of recognizable people are up here, Rich.
Yeah, this is a single elimination bracket, so if you're on the bottom side of this, there are definitely some good players there, but you are so happy you're avoiding the murderer's row at the top. Some of the all-time greats here in Pompeo. Mini Minter and Arden is a great match to watch. Betfus on a tear, Boss in the mix. Brew is at one time considered one of the top players in North America. This is a really dangerous upper bracket, Andrew.
100%, and like you said, single elimination to go all the way through this bracket. Diego, and of course, Sweep down at the bottom. Sweep just coming off World Finals. Diego, our former champion. So yes, it is very top heavy, but you still got to do a lot of work there at the bottom of the bracket.
And now we will only be watching 4 of those 8 matches as well as the bracket progresses through. But they're not just playing for pride points. We've got some money on the line as well. First place taking home a cool $4,000, Andrew.
Yeah, $10,000 up for grabs today. You got to win at least 2 games if you want to secure that $500, and you got to do them in obviously that first set of the day. Winner does take home $4K. You can see their second place taking half that prize pool at 2.
All right, now we heard just how many huge names are already in that bracket. So I know this might be a little bit of a difficult question, but we ask you guys every single time. Rich, we'll start with you. Who are you keeping your eyes on here today?
There's a lot of focus this time on Arden Toas, who last year looked like a true Rookie of the Year candidate, Andrew. He really had that momentum, and then 2022 has not quite panned out the way he wanted. Now, to be fair, that includes a trip to World Finals in Helsinki, a big bag taken down to get there as well. But then World Finals was a bit disappointing. I think he got blinded by the lights a bit and didn't play up to his capability. So this is a good opportunity for him amongst some fairly good competition, but not necessarily the same world-class level he just saw, to reset and get ready for what should be a more successful 2022.
Yeah, I love that pick of Arden just because, like you said, he did struggle at World Finals, but now he's got that under his belt. He's got the experience. He's getting older. He's getting more confident. And talking about someone who's a little older and actually got a year older at World Finals, Sweep. We talked about him in the intro. We saw him at World Finals. He finished in that 12th place spot. He played so dang good, and it was so entertaining. He's one of the most fun guys to watch. It was really great to see him on stage because you could see that confidence, and you saw it kind of translate through to his gameplay. But for all you guys that know Sweep as more of a player than a personality, he comes out with some of the most fun, innovative decksmanship that we've ever seen in Clash Royale. He did it at World Finals. I would be shocked if he didn't do it again here today. He might not even play Phoenix. I don't know. I don't think that's a real possibility.
He is more likely to take out the earring than to not play Phoenix at all during this competition.
Agreed.
Okay. All right. Now, those are some really, really solid picks. Names we've talked about quite a few times, but it is anybody's game, okay? It's always the era of everyone here, so we have to talk about the first match around the corner. Like I said before, only 4 of those 8 in this first portion of the bracket we'll be keeping our eyes on. And the first match of the day is going to be Betfus versus Boss. So let's talk about it.
This is a really great matchup. I mean, Betfus is a guy who for a long time was viewed as a one-trick, just an Expo player. He has top 1 finishes on ladder because of that Expo skill. But he, in the last year or so, has really been putting effort into deepening that deck pool. You talk to the big coaches in Clash Royale, they're keeping an eye on him because he is getting better. He's doing really well right now. Positive win rate in the Queso Cup Teams Edition. This is a guy who's on the right trajectory for a big 2023, and I love his first matchup here against Boss, because this is a guy who is a stiff contender, who's had some great performances, who's mostly a content creator though, so Betfist from a competitive standpoint should win this one. It's a good test for him at this stage.
I mean, I think you hit a lot of key words there when you talk about content creation and competitive, because that's really the two directions that both these players are going. Boss much more focused on content, Betfist much more focused on becoming a top-level competitive Clash Royale player, hopefully showing up in CRL World Finals next year. I'm sure that's a dream for him. You look at both of them, they ended in that number 48 spot throughout our qualifiers, so they actually got out at the exact same time. So Boss is still a guy to be messed with. It's just one of those things where Betfist has unlearned the one trick and started to pick up other decks so he can be better in competition, whereas Boss has just been kind of enjoying the ride that he's been on that Clash Royale has provided for years now.
Yeah.
Listen, you know we had to start off with one of the biggest matches on that bracket. So of course, chat, this is your time to join the conversation. Okay, let us know in that poll down below in Twitch chat who you think is going to be coming out on top in this first matchup. Will it be Betfist or will it be Boss? It's going to be a very, very close one to be sure, but that matchup is actually ready to go. So it's time for me to hand it on off to you guys.
Let's go ahead and get ready for it, Andrew. This is a blast of a matchup.
Yeah.
You have the former one-trick turned very dangerous competitor, and let's not forget, Boss top 5 finish on ladder, top 4 at the No Tilt World Championship 2020.
Yeah.
He can bang as well.
This is a very tough first match of the day, but a very exciting one for us and for you guys at home. Let's hop into this. Boss versus Betfist.
And it looks like we don't quite have we don't quite have gameplay
I felt
ready.
so good about
I know,
that.
dude. Well, I was like, I don't think they told us the game. You were like so just good to go. Oh man, look, every once in a while,
I've never done this before.
Glitter is dying right now because we've been doing this for quite a long time, and we're like, is it right into gameplay or are we waiting for the call that gameplay is ready? And Andrew, if you guys watch World Finals, Andrew is like, he's like the best. He's like the host, to the camera, like this is Clash Royale League World Finals Day 3. Starts. Oh.
And that was just a complete early sell. But you know what? You got to have it. I'm getting warmed up.
Yeah.
Like I said, I haven't been practicing as much as you have lately. And also, I'm riding that high of just hitting Ultimate Champion right before we went live on broadcast. I'm feeling good right now. The energy is through the roof.
And he pulled a Monk last night.
I
so
did.
Everything's going in. Everything's in the right direction. Speaking of the Monk, right? So one thing that's nice about this competition is that we're in duel mode. If you're watching the Queso Cup Teams Edition, which is super duper fun, in the King of the Hill with no bans, no duels, it's like an aviary and a monastery at the same time out there on the board.
I mean, that's
not the same thing here.
No, not at all. And I'm really excited about it. As you guys know, obviously before those balance changes came in, you know, we were seeing nothing but birds, nothing but dragons. I'm excited to see a little bit of variability throughout our day today.
And now I'm gonna lob this one up. Are we ready to go in the booth? Just confirming it? No, we're still not yet. I thought I'd heard that we were ready to go.
I did too.
I was about to like bump set Spike for you.
Oh yeah, I was just ready to send it off again, and we weren't going to be ready. So I'm glad that it was you this time. So anyway, back to the conversation of what we were talking about with the Monk and with the Phoenix. It is true that with these balance changes coming in, it really helped the win rate of those cards. It felt like they were just way through the roof. And of course, decks that had both of them were winning through the roof. But now it really feels like it's all about the Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, and that's gonna be a big question about when you get into a dual mode battle, right? If you win game number, if you win game number, I believe this. If you win game number 1 and you didn't use Phoenix, you don't play Phoenix game number 2.
Right.
You sit on it, you take the 50-50 because the pressure's on them if they haven't played Phoenix yet.
You probably try to counter Phoenix in game 2 if they didn't play it.
If they didn't play it as well.
Now, do you think that you do not ever play it in game 1 because you might need it down the road in games 2 or 3? Because again, it is that strong. I guess maybe these guys will answer the question for us. Rich, we can do it this time.
All right, bump, set, spike it right the way into game number 1, Betfist and Boss, and we are in fact playing Clash Royale.
We are playing Clash Royale. Betfist top of your screen, Boss here at the bottom. You see a Fisherman out already, and honestly, when you see Fisherman these days, it just feels like Royal Giant. And I was going to say with the top with Royal Ghost, it also feels like Royal Giant. So we'll be seeing if, wow, the Fish Boy just pulls him right in there. Boss going to need to get some DPS in quick, and ooh.
Oh boy.
Tough lightning.
Oh boy, yeah. Look, you see Royal Giant, there's a 60-40 chance right now that you have lightning in that deck, and we just saw that. The Boss, look, he wanted to pull the RG in so that you would get the queen damage on it more quickly and more aggressively, but then when a lightning comes out and wipes it off the board, you're in a bit of trouble. Now, he is up Elixir and pushing into this left-hand lane, so we'll see if he can take control back.
Yeah, Hunter getting cycled here in the back, going to be doing good work against that RG. And yeah, for Boss, it was really just about separating those units some more. Really nice catch there with the Fisherman from Boss to catch that Fish Boy of Betfus's, but still just not really enough DPS to deal with it, and it still ends up pulling the RG away. Very little damage in here. Betfus with a strong lead.
Yeah, and the Ghost going to do some work on the left-hand side as well. 24-10 on the left-hand lane, and the Fish Boy does slap here. 13-14 on the right-hand side, and Betfus not pitching a shutout, but nearly so.
You see here just cycling that E-Spirit, and Boss has to respond. He doesn't want to take any more damage. He has to go Queen right at the bridge, and I like that late use of the ability. He should get a few shots in here.
Yeah, a little chip on the right-hand side. I mean, maybe some big chips, some chunks, if you will, from the Archer Queen as we go to the final minute 15 seconds of regulation time. Boss in trouble, and not seeing a big spell from him yet does also raise more questions.
I like the aggression here from Boss, but he did have to be looking for that Fisherman. He's going to get a few shots in here, which is really nice for him. The Royal Ghost, though, is just caught in no man's land, getting body blocked by his own Royal Giant, and now this is going to be a lot to deal with here.
Fish Boy in high just for straight DPS, not even, that's
nice
going to be rough
again.
here. That's going to be a whole lot of rough. At least 2 shots in. No, the second shot does not go down. I think E-Spirit might have stunned it there for a moment, so as we are only 37 seconds away from sudden death overtime, Boss down but not out, but getting worried.
This should be easy cleanup with the Royal Ghost or Goblins. Yep, goes Royal Ghost to clean up that Archer Queen. 1763 to 1007. Boss actually doing a pretty dang good job of coming back into this, but it does still feel so far away. You know that lightning cycle is so tough once you get in deeper into double.
And the Goblins, you know, you have the improved Goblins, and we've talked about this, kind of lost in the shuffle of the buff Olympics lately.
Yeah.
With the appearance of the Phoenix and the Monk, is that Goblins are 4 now. There's 4 Goblins. That's such a huge increase when you talk about percentage-wise and significant impact. This Lightning there just on defense only gets the Queen, so now 500 HP separates, and Boss still has the Elixir lead.
Yeah, it really does feel like he's starting to take control of this game, although I don't feel like Betfus is throwing absolutely everything at him yet. I love that predictive Fisherman there. It was perfectly timed. Came out just a little early. No Fisherman coming out from Boss here. Great defense again.
And Hunter's not going to. No, does turn back instead. Thought it would go down. And Boss, it's an interesting choice of how he's pressuring here. And I think that one might have been just to get the Lightning to not go anywhere near his tower.
Exactly. Now he can actually play safe defense. He can play adequate defense without giving that spell value on top of tower. Fisherman comes out a little bit early here, so now the Royal Giant comes down. I like that, and it pulls the Hunter, but Hunter goes away. Royal Ghost cannot help enough, and Boss now has the lead.
Able to get that Fisherman in the mix here, and that's 3 huge shots. We still don't know what the big spell is for Boss. I'm assuming at this point that it's Fireball. I mean, it could still be Lightning, but it seems like we would have seen it by now. And 1 shot in, 2 shots in.
So far away, Rich. It doesn't come in. 335 log, and Lightning will do it. Can he get the log down in time? RG. And he should be able to.
And there you go. Man, for a half second there, you're worried about that. And the Lightning not quite. GG, well played. Betfus out to an early lead, but then opened up a door that Boss nearly stepped through.
And you see their Boss kind of laughing at the end of it. You know, I don't know if it's quite BM or not, but really it all comes down to that very first interaction where it was just Boss defending and great lightning value. It took out the AQ, got so much damage on top of the tower. Had that first uppercut not come in, Boss would have won game number 1, in my opinion.
Yeah, that was an uppercut's a great way to put it. It snapped the jaw shut there. And you see that here again, just the high Lightning getting the opening for good damage on the right-hand side. 1 shot was all it took to create enough of a gap that a Lightning at the end couldn't win it for Boss.
And what I loved about the gameplay with the Lightning was that Betfus took obviously great value early on, gives him a huge lead, but then for the rest of the game, Boss is really pushing the issue of Lightning at the bridge, no tower damage coming in, and he did a really good job, Betfus did, of adjusting and going, all right, fine, you don't want to give me Lightning value on top of the tower, I'll take it at the bridge every single time, and there you go, this is kind of the nail in the coffin, just need to get that Lightning down, and then the log coming back around. Boss, though, really made a great case of this, and now he's just 1 game away from being eliminated.
Yeah, and that's the name of the game, especially in singles. Single elimination, so brutal, and we do see it was Lightning as the last card there. So
I would have loved to see a Lightning from him in the middle of the map. Every single time you saw Betfus play a Fisherman plus a Hunter right there in the center of the map, and if the Fish Boy catch wasn't working, just Lightning him off the board just to see what happens, you know, just to make him change his defense up.
I think the Goblins also might have made it kind of difficult for him to find a place for the lightning.
Thread that needle,
thread it, not wanting to get 1 or 2 of those lightning shots picked up by those Goblins, and I think that maybe he held on to it a bit because of that.
Well, back to what we were talking about earlier, you've been casting the Queso Cup quite a bit over the last few weeks, and we saw the different changes and with the balances, and of course, King of the Hill. We did see exactly what you talked about, though. Neither player using Phoenix in game number 1, neither player using Monk now, and this is where it gets really interesting. When do they bring it out? It feels like Boss has to bring it out here in game number 2, like you were talking about. Maybe Betfus saves Phoenix for game 3. Maybe he goes Monk in game number 2. I still think Monk is pretty viable, but I don't think he's a necessity the same way the Phoenix is.
Yeah, the Phoenix is absolutely key, and then now, if you're on Betfus's side, I think you don't play Phoenix here. I think you just try to counter-snipe Phoenix as hard as you can. Go like Witch, Xe, Rocket, Nada, like go something nonsense like that. Just try to shut it down, so let's see if that's the plan. Keep in mind, most of these players probably not using analysts. At most, they might have a friend in call who's helping them, like who's just going through Royale API, being like, oh, well, they kind of are playing this kind of stuff. Let's figure it out.
Yeah, and because the meta is kind of so tight right now, I'm pretty sure you could just go back as one of these players, look at the battles that your opponents have been doing, and look at what was played in Queso Cup and go, okay, so this is kind of the idea, and these are the decks that are the most popular, and if this deck is played in game 1, this is how they respond in game number 2. I think there's a lot of really good information out there in the world right now without needing that analyst.
So Phoenix Graveyard, it looks like, for Boss, potentially?
Yeah,
although maybe also maybe lava.
Yeah, he's going lava
because
he just lets that. Yeah, he lets that connect on tower. But a missed fireball on top of that Inferno. I'm pretty sure Betfus could have caught both the Inferno and the flying machine. Not the end of the world.
So here we go. First minute away. Lava Hound up for Boss, and Betfus. I'm assuming there's a miner here as a piece of this deck. It'd be strange if there weren't.
Yeah.
And it makes it curious. I would have thought that we would have seen Betfus play Skeletons in game number 2 as he, put the similar role, but not quite as fast, cycle Goblins in game number 1.
Oh, right, yep. Yeah, and that's really the thing right now is, like, do you play Goblins or do you play Skeletons? It is such a great advantage for only 1 more elixir, but it is still 1 more elixir, and it slows that cycle down. You see here, Boss bouncing right back. Great damage comes in. He knows the Archer Queen is out of cycle because that was the last card played by Betfus crossing the bridge.
Oh, boy.
And there's just not a lot of good ways for him to respond. Great work here by Boss in game number 2. And Rich, still no Phoenix to be seen.
Yeah, and that's really fascinating. Both guys just sitting on it. And Boss coming out with a pretty huge chunk here.
Yeah.
Fireball not able to get there for the flying machine, and Betfus now just has to sit back, and this is not the kind of deck that you do a great big comeback with most of the time.
Not at all. This is a very tough spot to be in because, you really at this point are just praying for a huge Archer Queen connection, or something like this. What we're seeing is like a Valkyrie plus guards plus miner push, but you're playing against someone too good in Boss, too experienced. I imagine he's going to chill, send in miner chip, get what he can, and then arrows his way out of this game.
Oh, cheeky, and does he get it? Yes, cheeky King Tower activation. Go ahead and pull that one in the replay booth. I almost thought the Fire Spirit might disrupt the King Tower activation there for a half second, but nope, still gets on, and Boss, I think, probably meant to put that 1 tile to the right.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's not the end of the world. It's a pretty unpredictable spot, I guess, to go to.
Yep.
And now you see Betfus. He just fireballs King Tower. He goes, all right, brother, good job in game 2. I took game 1. Let's go on and see what happens here in game number 3 with our Phoenixes. And if they don't come out in game 3, I will be completely astounded.
Yeah,
I feel like there's 0% chance that it's not played at all, and maybe like a 5% chance that one of them doesn't play it.
The only reason one of them wouldn't play it is if they haven't unlocked it, and they've definitely both unlocked it.
They're just out there grinding, man, trying to get up that trophy road. Yeah, and so here we go. This is the early missed fireball on top of the Inferno. Not the end of the world, but the fact that the Archer Queen had to come out, this is kind of the reward that Boss gets to reap because of that missed fireball.
And he picks up the miner, doesn't matter though, because the miner's whole purpose is to make enough room for this to happen, where you're forced to play the snowball there, and then boom, right behind it, so the fireball out of cycle, the snowball out of cycle, and that's just free flying machine on the right-hand line.
I love the flying machine there. He saw his opponent was so low in elixir, and like you said, all the best responses not in cycle, gets that flying machine in and does work. And then this is what you were talking about, man. It's cheeky, it's fun, it's easy, but it's one of those things, if you look at this at home, rewind it a few times, and go and figure out wow, I forgot that they can rewind it for us. But yeah, if you guys are trying to learn these interactions, this is done pretty brilliantly efficiently by Betfus. And like you said, the Fire Spirit not even necessary, almost messes the whole thing up, but still gets that King Tower activation in.
You know, I'm actually wondering, because I don't do that King Tower activation often because I don't play Snowball.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if, I know that when it's on the all the way inside, you need that second piece. I'm wondering if the Fire Spirit does make it go like a chunk of a tile over.
I couldn't tell, right?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell because it looked like he was already turning, but you know, if you play this game enough, sometimes it looks like a unit's turning and it will go right back. So either way, Fire Spirit, great play there by Betfus. Doesn't end up taking the win though. It's all boss all day. And it's pretty fascinating in both these first couple games. It's been all about the first big push from each player that has kind of told the story for the other 4 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, uncharacteristic exchanges here as well, like some strange mistakes. The fireball you talked about in the game we just saw being one of those.
Yeah.
So that's also interesting too. I mean, I know Betfus probably tired from playing through, he's now playing day 2 of 3 days of the Queso Cup this weekend, and then Boss, of course, was casting the Queso Cup yesterday.
Right,
so everyone here is like, everyone in Clash Royale is pulling triple shifts at the moment, so that might be a factor as well.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree, and I was even thinking about players that played earlier in the day, like Arden, like Mini. You know, are they going to be tired? Are they going to be burnt out? Are they going to be warmed up? Like, there's so many interesting factors that come into this. You know, Rich, we talked about how both these guys kind of have their accomplishments. They both have their struggles. They both ended in the same spot technically in CRL this last season.
Sure.
It's been a great back and forth set. Do you have any idea or have any inclination in your heart of which way it might be tipping? Because I'm actually at a complete coin toss right now.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. On paper, it really should be Betfus.
It should
here.
be on paper.
It should be Betfus. The missed fireball was strange, was kind of out there, but also the complete domination in game number 1. You know, so you flip-flop that. And at this point now, we're getting into which version of Phoenix do you run?
Right, there's so many out there.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a big thing about the deck picking. So it's Drill for Betfus, and Boss might be going Drill as well here, and no Monk, interestingly enough.
And this is a great time to thank our friends over at Snapdragon. When winning matters, think Snapdragon Elite Gaming. And of course, winning really matters right now. And when winning matters the most for both these guys, they both come out with this style of bridge spam deck. And the cannon card is on the tower. And Boss has to stop the bleeding right away with that E-Wiz.
Yeah, now luckily for him, it's not going to end up in a huge elixir disadvantage. In fact, Boss will come out slightly ahead of that, maybe about a half elixir ahead or so. So not a huge issue. Didn't get too much damage in, but maybe it did mean his cycle's not exactly where he wants it now.
Now, I'm pretty sure that I've seen this style of deck with Phoenix in it, but with Boss playing the cards that we're seeing already with Magic Archer and E-Wiz, I'd actually be pretty surprised if it was. And I mean, we might actually see a whole set without Phoenix, which is shocking.
You know, I didn't even think to check this. Does this event have a rule with no Phoenix?
I hope not.
It shouldn't be, because because
I will sound real smart for the last 20 minutes.
As we've talked so much about Phoenix. I believe it's, I mean, from it most likely is in, but I guess we'll find. Maybe we can get clarification from League Ops just to double check it. Also, it could be one of the remaining 5 cards we haven't seen.
Yes, and it could just be played a lot in the next, you know, however many sets we see today. But as of right now, this is looking like the meta of old from the bottom and top of the screen. You guys know how to play this. You know how to get those NATOs in. It's about lining those things up, chaining everything together with that Golden Knight to get on top of tower.
So I just got word from the booth that Phoenix, the new cards are banned.
Oh, they are?
Phoenix, at least Phoenix is banned.
Well, they got to both be, because they came in at the same time, I would think.
And Phoenix and Monk are both banned, which is fascinating, because normally when they're globally released, but banned here. So this becomes really interesting, because A, it means suddenly we're not going to have a Bird Fest.
Yep.
But it also,
I'm actually okay with.
I'm totally okay with. It does even the playing field a bit, I think, towards the players who are more experienced a little on that one. But then also the other big part of it is these players aren't practicing enough Phoenix-less meta right now. So some of the mistakes that you're seeing might be just like they're out of sorts because they're playing Phoenix all day, every day.
And I think that's fair. They're playing against Phoenix all day, every day, and they're playing against it all day, every day. They're building decks differently. So we're actually kind of living in the meta of old. So I'm actually really curious to see what the rest of the decks are going to be like throughout the day. And if we will be seeing any of those style decks that we're seeing right now that are popular, and just maybe substitute out something for the Phoenix like we used to do in old metas. So I don't know. We'll find out. But as of right now, Boss is in the lead. Betfus down by just a hair. Dark Prince here to clean up this Goblin Drill.
And there you go. Drill taken care of easily, and does not get to the, has to throw the E-Wiz to get to the Magic Archer because he did not get to it in time. and that wasn't exactly what he was looking for.
Yeah, not a great NATO there. It does get a little bit of damage in, but just a lot of elixir spent on very little to be gained. And you can see here, Boss now does have the elixir advantage, but has to deal with quite a lot here on the board. Cannon Cart to clean it all up nicely.
Yeah, and it was nice for Betfist to get the Golden Knight dash out a second time and stick that Cannon Cart deep in enemy territory as opposed to deal with it crossing the bridge. So the harm mitigated pretty significantly, and with a minute 15-ish left.
Wow.
Wow.
I did not think that NATO was going to work out the way the Boss just made it play, and I guess it was just close enough for that Golden Knight to jump across the bridge. Nice NATO work.
All right, now this is going to get really interesting because we're getting pretty low. Triple elixir. This is the time when you start seeing NATO Golden Knight plays.
Non-stop NATO Golden Knight plays.
But you have to contend with the Magic Archer as well, and NATO does change some of those angles. So very curious to see how they play these final 48.
He was down in the back, and just crazy that we're going to catch a mirror match here in game number 3. All the decks out there available, and Boss gets a connection there on tower. Betfist leaking a ton of elixir, not sure what to do, not loving that connection, and now Betfist responds with a connection of his own, but no Magic Archer comes through. Boss ahead by a hair.
Yeah, he might have to E-Wiz here to deal with the Cannon Cart. Nope, his Cannon Cart does turn around and take care of business. Final 18 seconds left. Betfist, does he get the last true offensive shot here? Dark Prince working on the drill.
Oh, he should connect there. There it is.
What a connection. Magic Archer not lining up. Can Boss win this one here? Magic Archer opposite direction.
That was a great bar barrel. Oh, 10-6. He did it.
Oh.
The goblins pop just in time. Boss gets a stab in, I believe, and steals it by 68 HP.
What a finish there, and that's the big question, right? I was saying, who gets the last shot?
Yep.
In that case, it was whoever gets the last shot probably gets the win, and you saw there, Boss was able to make it happen.
Well, this deck is so fascinating. We both knew it was going to start coming in like crazy, though. NATO plus Golden Knight connections were going to come in a lot once we got into triple elixir. But at that point of the game, it's when you watch the best players in the world, they start thinking ahead timing-wise. How long does it take to defend, build a push, and then get that NATO in and get the Golden Knight dash in time? How many sequences of offense are each of us going to have? And Boss just comes out with a better count.
And you go back in time on some of these moments that we're seeing, and you think about one touch here, one touch. This was a 68 HP game.
Yep.
Right? So every one of those touches was absolutely critical. This one in particular, boom, gives that nice early lead to Boss early, but still early with 30 seconds left, and triple elixir is significant. And here was the counter shot, and that Magic Archer just does not get the geometry.
And right here, you see it looks like Betfist might be able to take it. Only 10 seconds left. He gets a little bit more damage in, gets another connection. Magic Archer is up at the bridge. 5 seconds remaining. How can Boss do this? Well, that NATO kills the Magic Archer, and you can see right there, Goblin on the tower.
Yeah.
Betfist just a step behind with that Dark Prince, and a great opening set for us, and an even better one for Boss.
And there was plenty of elixir for Betfist to get down faster. So, because you saw when he played the Dark Prince, there was still 5 in the hole there. So that was just a slightly slow reaction time, it feels like.
Well, and you saw that a minute before that, right? I mean, they both have the same deck, obviously, but then you look at Elixir leaked, we got 4 more Elixir leaked there from Betfist, and there was that moment late, deep in double, getting very close to triple, where Betfist was just, he didn't know exactly what to do, and Boss did.
Well, Boss did get it done. We're joined back here by Glitter. Man, that finish at the end, I know that Clash Royale isn't your end-all, be-all, but you gotta love a photo finish like that.
100%. Well, and that's kind of why we chose this as one of the matches to watch out of our 4 for the beginning of the bracket, because we knew that this was going to be a really, really tight race. I mean, that was entertaining literally up until the last second. So if that's what today is going to be like, I think we're going to have a very exciting day of Clash Royale.
Yes.
Let's take a look back at the bracket, okay? Because I've got some updates for you on some of the other matches as well.
I'm so
Obviously,
curious about this.
Boss comes out on top here, making his way through. Now, Bruzani also makes their way through, which means it's going to be Boss versus Bruzani in the next portion of the bracket. So that's how the top's slowly starting to shake out, while everybody else is moving on to their matches, because that's what we're going to do. Match number 2, right around the corner, and we said we picked some good ones. The next one's actually going to be between Boomer and Pompeo.
I'm sorry, who? Boomer and Pompey. I don't. That's the thing, is I am not sure who Boomer truly is. But maybe you guys don't know, but he does have a 25 finish on ladders. You guys can see right there, 86.03. He's also got a #1 finish in the global tournament for sudden death. But he's going up against one of the biggest names in the game, in Pompeo, one of the biggest content creators, one of the biggest pros that there has been. But the fact that Boomer is here, and you're seeing right now a highlight of him against Sweep, he's definitely earned his way through. And this is, I mean, this is what these competitions are all about. Finding those names that are going to be popping up in the next year of big competition. And maybe for Boomer, this could be 2023, could be his year.
Well, you talk about Boomer, he's an 8.6K player, so certainly no slouch. But you talk about guys who have top ladder performances. All-time ladder great in Pompeo.
Yes.
8.7, almost 8.8K. But you talk about when he was at one time the top ladder player on the planet, the multiple-time defender of CWA's Pro v Pro series. I think he won 8 in a row or something crazy like that. Pompeo is a longtime fan favorite, also competing for Chivas Esports right now in that Queso Cup Teams Edition. And so it's one of those things where, hey, Boomer, you wanted a shot at some of the big names. It's hard, especially in Mexico, to get a bigger name than this.
Totally. Pompeo, you know, he's got the 4 first-place finishes like he talked about. He is a great streamer. He's a great dude. I love watching his streams. He's always got a great energy, but he is still nails. He still grinds like crazy. He still plays his Pompeo deck no matter what the meta is. He is always a force to be reckoned with, and this is a great place for Boomer to kind of make a name for himself, Glitter.
All right, I'm excited to see if they're able to do exactly that and make that name for themselves, because match number 2 is ready to go for real this time. Okay, so I'm going to send it on over to you two.
Hey.
I don't know, I'm scared.
You know what, I'm going to go ahead and take it. Let's go ahead and jump into it. Boomer, a.k.a. Clown for those of you who mess around on ladder, up against Pompeo, one of the all-time ladder greats.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. I always love to see players that I don't know that well play the game. I love to see what they come out with. I love to see their play style, and I love to see how they deal with playing against the best in the world. And like you said, Rich, like I just said, Pompeo is definitely one of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. I asked this on the stream the other day. You know, raise your hands or just say Pomp in chat if you've ever tried the Pompeo deck.
Yep.
And then probably put a cry face emote because you tried the Pompeo deck and you utterly failed. Because he's so good with it. It makes no sense.
He's a master. It is brilliant watching him play, his sequencing of his units. It's just one of those things. You talk about being a one-trick, and, you know, Pompeo is a one-trick with his deck. He obviously can do a lot more than that, but when you watch Pomp play his deck or you watch Baptist play Expo, you know, it's always a treat. And so right now we're getting Mortar, one of the most popular win conditions in the game, before the new cards, after the new cards, but this is really what the deck was before. It was always Mortar Miner control with either AQ or Musketeer, Poison or Fireball, quick cycle, and with the, obviously the Musketeer, and we're not going to see Archer Queen, so last couple cards are just going to be a couple spells.
And decides not to chip damage at all, goes and counters with the Musketeer, and going to go ahead and see if he gets the Fish Boy off. I probably would have just eaten the E-Spirit damage at that point, but you know, Pompeo's the pro, and I'm the guy who talks. Right,
I know. It's the interesting decision-making there that is always what separates these guys. I mean, you know, you talk about Surge TS, you talk about his posts on Twitter. One of the things that, I mean, you know, take it or leave it, I enjoy reading them. I know a lot of people have their opinions on them, but one of my favorite things that he did point out is the reason that pros are the best in the world is because it's about how they react to situations. That's really it. It's just all about reacting in the biggest moments. And for some reason, that's how Pomp wanted to deal with that.
Plenty of elixir for the Lightning if Clown, a.k.a. Boomer, is in fact playing it. Doesn't need to in this case. Instead, doubles down on RG, so now a big RG push on the right-hand side.
Boomer has a great push coming in here. That second Royal Giant coming down with the lack of elixir in Pompeo's hand. You can see he is just taking a beating right now, and that is just great plays here from Clown.
And a brilliant choice to not Lightning there, to instead just go the opposite lane. He had support on that lane already. So very, very heads-up play, and now
great Lightning, great call, man. That is exactly what he needed to do.
So a little Miner plus guards, take care of the guards. Don't worry about the Miner yet. Fish Boy might even get a King Tower activation here, and it does. Go ahead and pull that one. That's the exact right placement for the Fisherman when you're trying to get that activation done.
I mean, you talk about things done exactly right. Clown is playing an immaculate game right now. He's controlling the board. He's getting up dual lane pressure. He's not leaving anything on the table, like you said. Decides to switch lanes, put pressure on the right-hand side. He reaps the rewards of that. And now he's just kind of chilling with 361 remaining on that tower. He can just kind of defend casually. And if he wants wants. He can get lightnings in when that is available, but he doesn't need to force it at all.
This RG deck is insanely powerful. A lot of people calling it before the introduction of new cards, the best deck in the game. Morton's even doing a full stream based on I'm playing the best deck in the game right now. And we saw it like crazy and competitive until these recent balance changes. Even still, we're seeing other variations, but this variation is so strong. But what's interesting about it is it's really, really powerful in like 8K plus hands.
Yeah.
And tragically misused pretty much anywhere below that.
Well, because Royal Giant is all about learning what your opponent's deck is and then picking apart the ways that they like to defend.
Yeah.
And to give some credit here to Pompeo, and you know, I know all the statistic people out there in the world and the Royale API people that are going to look at this, and I think I'm correct when I say this, but I think this is a really rough matchup for him. He doesn't have Archer Queen, he has Musketeer, so there's like a small good there, but still, Musketeer is always a good lightning pull, you know, and so this deck to defend against with all the options that I was like, what do I call him? Boomer that Clown has. You have the lightning to deal with the mortar and your biggest DPS unit. You have the hunter to deal with your Valkyrie. You have so many ways to deal with all the best responses, and there's that ability to get all the way back around like we saw early on and get that second Royal Giant down. And we saw Pompeo play Valkyries up high and they got pulled away. There's just so many good responses with this deck from Clown.
And if you're not missing interactions, right? Like, and that's the big thing that Clown did here was he didn't. Every time he played the Fisherman, pretty much, it was the right play with the Fisherman that got the right interaction.
Yeah.
The stakes with this deck are so high when you mess up an interaction that's what dive bombs it so often. Unlike when you're playing on cycle decks and you misplay a Skeletons and they pull but don't pull exactly how you wanted to.
Yeah.
All of that's forgiving. This is not a forgiving deck, and so Clown Boomer played that one very, very well.
Well, it's because it has so much strong utility in it, right? The Hunter, the Fisherman, the Royal Ghost, they all have these great things that they can do, but you just have to figure out exactly when and where you need to play them. Is this one of those times when I play the Royal Ghost in front of the Royal Giant every single time? Or is it one of those where I need to play it behind to clean up something like a Guards, and then the Royal Ghost is there to clean up the Guards with the Bar Barrel? It's all about sequencing with Royal Giant, which is why I don't play it a lot.
Yeah.
It's really difficult because you not only have to keep track of what they're playing, you have to keep track of their exact cycle, and then you have to memorize how they like to defend and then get those predictions in. You know, and it's one of those things that this matchup on paper, I would have thought maybe Clown, well, actually now, since I don't know him that well, maybe he is just a one-trick RG, but then I go back and I look at his battle history. He's been playing a lot more Mortar, a lot more Loon. That's actually not what his go-to seems, at least at the moment.
Well, I mean, it's, again, one of those things where once you start mastering interactions, that's where your deck pool starts to change a bit, right?
Yeah.
That's one of the things that people really like about Ruben at his best, and also one of the reasons why, and people might razz me in the chat for saying this, but why Anaban's such a good sniper is not only is Anaban really good at sniping and figure out what you're playing and ruining your stream or your World Finals dreams or whatever it might be that he does. He also he doesn't miss interactions very often.
Yeah.
Right. So he does that well. Ruben does that well, and that pays off, and it's paid off very nicely for Clown. So we're definitely seeing a guy who may not have the same history, may not have the same overall depth as somebody, but he's playing stuff that he understands how to play right.
Yeah, and this is an interesting deck that he's coming out with in game number 2 here. It's actually stacking up pretty well so far. Pompeo had good responses early on. He's going to probably go with that, you know, this deck that we've seen in the past. It's just only one small spell. Usually it's Zap, but this time it's Arrows. And on the top of your screen, you see a ton of value come out from that Mother Witch early on. Great use there of the Mini P.E.K.K.A to catch the MK, and then Mother Witch on the bats.
And then the mirrored Mini P.E.K.K.A going to mitigate most of the damage from that Archer Queen, actually all the damage from it. So as we go into the second half almost of our regulation time, Clown, again, in the lead, seemingly firmly in control, and a little bit ahead on Elixir.
A little surprised at the Bandit at the bridge. There's just so many quick, good responses. I mean, I guess he was just trying to bait anything out there.
And this, I mean, this feels like Clown is playing Pigs, but it's a really weird
It's that
Pigs
weird
deck.
Piggies deck, except for he has Mini P.E.K.K.A in it. Man, that Piggies deck was just a nightmare for me for a little while to deal with.
I totally feel you. Nice wall breakers there for the Kite. I think the AQ does step up into the bomb, and she does. And gets a connection out of it.
Yeah, that's great. You turn a Kite into some positive damage. Archer Queen still demands a little bit of a response. Doesn't decide to pull the trigger on the ability. Must have not gotten back around to it.
And Snowball, not quite enough to get the Mini P.E.K.K.A damage. You need to predict that one instead of react to it. Reaction not quite enough, and the arrow zap from Pompeo.
2 spells here, okay.
Yeah.
That's really great when you're playing against Zappies and Mother Witch. That should work out well.
And again, but what you're seeing, you saw in that sequence is both guys be just a half step late with the spell play to get the big hit they wanted.
Yep. And then also, talk about being a half step late, Pompeo kind of wastes gets his Prince in a weird cycle because he didn't need to play it in that moment to catch the mini P.E.K.K.A. So that's 5 Elixir that kind of was easily dealt with, but he does have it back in cycle here at the bridge to deal with that Giant Skelly. And a big leap on the left-hand side and an AQ connection.
If he'd gotten that AQ ability off behind it, that would have been good night, Clown. Instead, we're going to the sudden death overtime. Pompeo trailing, but only by about 500 HP.
Name a horror movie, Goodnight Clown, I feel like.
Or a really messed up children's book.
Wall breakers at the bridge on the right-hand side. Mini P.E.K.K.A. misses both of them. That's a 2-time connection there, and the AQ will survive with 2 shots left in her.
MK not available, so Prince has to come down to defend against the Piggies. Won't do it as cleanly, but Bats take care of business up high, and now counter push time for Pompeo.
And Mother Witch misses those. Only gets 1 pig out of all of that. Kind of an unfortunate interaction there for Clown. And now getting right back on the offensive should be Clown.
And notice my brain wasn't working for a second. Clown running no champions here in this one. So also very interesting. I'm curious about the Mega Knights in the back from Pompeo. Right, because now here you go. Big pig super push on the right-hand side with Mini P.E.K.K.A. behind.
Arrows coming in. Mini P.E.K.K.A., he zaps high, so the Mini P.E.K.K.A. is going to take care of the Prince and get a couple shots on the tower. He has the wall breakers, but they're too fast. Mini P.E.K.K.A. will still get a shot in. Look at how much pump. I mean, at some point, I think you got to just take that shot. Because look at the left now, man.
Yeah, and I think that Pompeo, like, I don't know what the thought process there was. He trying to bait the pigs out to defend them and then go for a big counter push?
Wow.
Because that didn't work out very well. Instead, Boomer's going through.
That was an easy 2-0 there. And honestly, it's so crazy, but Pompeo looked out of sorts for that entire set, especially at the end of that second game. I mean, that's one of those things where it's like you got your blinders on. You have to know when to take damage in this game, and Pompeo was unwilling to take damage on that right-hand side, and there was an ocean of red built up on the left at that point.
I'm just not quite understanding the Mega Knight cycle in the back, right? You have a significant lead. The Mega Knight is the only really great response you have to a big, hefty pigs push. And I think we're going to go ahead and get that. We might get that replay here in a minute. This was the defense Clown did, and despite that Mega Knight leaping, overall, for what he defended very little, and talk about maximizing the damage that you take, that was actually going, hey, I'm going to take a little bit of damage here to get control of the game back.
Well, what's fascinating about what you're talking about, man, is like you got to look and think about this from a player's point of view, and that there's no big spell from Clown. The most that Clown can do is double snowball something. So why are we not getting Archer Queens and Princes cycled in the back, or even Bandits cycled in the back? Anything other than the best response to a Piggy's push should be cycled in the back. Now, I get it. You cycle an MK in the back, you can get another one down, but only a bad player is going to let you do that at this level. It doesn't make sense.
And you got to be cycling that MK in the back when the pigs
have just been played.
The pigs are buried.
But also, it's like, can you even do that? Because they have mirror. So you have to, it'd be right after the pigs were played, knowing mirror's out of cycle. But look at all these other great options for cards that can be cycled in the back, you guys. Archer Queen, if they don't have a big spell, you know, Josh he always says this to me when he watches me play. He like points at a card, he goes, that should always be in the board. If it's in your hand, it should be on the board. And Archer Queen, obviously for the 3-card cycle and for the DPS, she should always be getting cycled in the back in those situations when you don't know what to do. Whew, Glitter, we're heated here, but this was a big upset.
Yeah, I can tell. And it's our only 2-0 so far on the bracket. So, I mean, while it's a major upset, Boomer's got to feel real good making their way through the bracket from here on out, because that's some really solid momentum heading into the next phase.
Absolutely true.
100%. I mean, beating someone like Pompeo in your first, I mean, again, like the first time I'm hearing of you, that's pretty dang awesome.
Yeah, that's a nice coming out party. And, you know, you talk about our only 2-0 so far. Do we have any more updates from other parts of the bracket?
We sure do. Okay, that's what I'm here for. So mentioning the bracket, let's take a look back at it. Like we just saw, Boomer with the 2-0 making their way through to the next phase on the bracket. And then you can see a little bit farther down, it was going to be Rimapon versus Rainbow there. And Rimapon is going to be the one that makes it through. I know it's flipped on there, but it was 2-1 in favor of Rimapon. Okay, so one more match on the board. Two more people have now made their way through to the next phase. And it's time for us to then turn our sights to match 3 that we will be watching. I think you're going to be excited for this one, Rich, because it's time to watch Mini versus Arden.
I love this match for so many reasons. Arden Toas, as I said earlier, is a guy whose stock has been going up, but he's pulled a really hard and interesting out here in Mini, aka Mini Minter, for his first opponent. Mini Minter, who rewind to about a year and a half ago, looked like an absolute world beater. Looked like his stock was just going way up. It's gone up and down, of course, for him, but you talk about today of the many players playing in the Queso Cup at the same time. Mini Minter kicked his day off today by sweeping 3 of the top 3 or 4 players on the planet in our defending champion, Mohamed Light, the 2021 world champion in Mugi, and Lucas, who's been, I think, top 4 now 2 years in a row.
Exactly, and that's one of those things with Mini Minter. You always have to be worried about someone that is that good, but you talk about his ups and downs. 16th place in 2021. 2022, he doesn't make it to World Finals. He barely is even in the top 100 there, which is really, really surprising because Mini is one of those guys. You know he's a force to be reckoned with. I mean, anyone that can beat any of those players that you just mentioned in a set, let alone a back-to-back-to-back King of the Hill, that's a guy that I don't want to run into today. But then again, you have the other guy who's been competing in Arden Toas. Now, which Arden are we going to get? That is the biggest question, right? Is it going to be the Arden that blew our minds away last season in the Snapdragon Mobile Pro Series where he won it? Or is he going to be the Arden that we saw at World Finals or even in Split 2 of Season 1 of Snapdragon Pro when he got in that 8th place spot? There's something about the way he plays that you don't ever want to look away, but he still makes a lot of those younger player mistakes. He overextends himself. He just has small micro mistakes that you just can't have at the level that he's at.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising because, again, you take a look at what he did at the end of last year and sort of his breakout party first with the former ESL Mobile Open, and now in terms of Snap, he was great in that in 2021.
Yeah.
And great at the end of the CRL season in 2021. Let's go ahead and jump into the gameplay as we continue this shot because it's going to be so much fun, Glitter. I am super duper ready for this one. So he was great in both of those situations. And then this year, Queso Cup Golden Edition, 2nd place.
Yep.
Almost got a World Finals berth there. ESL Snapdragon Pro Series, our NA1 Season 1 Split 1, 1st place there, and then he won his golden ticket at the Copa All-Stars for World Finals.
Yep.
So he's continuously been really, really great. It's really just a question of what happened at World Finals. Was it just the nerves? And will we get the Arden that we expect now that he's playing at home and hasn't traveled across the world for his first time playing under the big lights?
And you got to remember, this is the meta that Arden had been working in for so long, that he'd been putting in all that World Finals practice, and we're seeing one of the most popular decks from that previous meta coming out here. Now, probably going to do a Skarmy to catch this, Skarmy right on top, arrows ready to go. That's the other thing that's kind of an issue, though, is that you play decks that are old. These guys that have been playing or grinding, they know what you have. I mean, if I know, Mini Minter knows. So the arrows come out predictably, almost predictably on top of the Skarmy. You don't want to waste them that early on. So this is going to be a fun matchup between RG and Mortar. It's not the same Mortar matchup that we saw before. This one has a little bit more potential to get bigger damage swings in, so it's not quite as tough to keep up with.
Mini Minter on the other side of things.
Sorry, RG, I meant to say Hogs. Our H's.
Yeah, there's lots of R's, and there's so many letters in the alphabet. Sometimes I have trouble keeping track, to be honest. Then you add in the other alphabets we deal with, being an international game, and now there's umlauts. So
it's above my pay grade, my friend.
And there's nothing better. There's nothing above a good umlaut.
So very, very little damage done for Mini Minter. Damage done by Mini Minter, though, 2275, the lowest tower on the board in that bottom right-hand side. And Arden has a lot of really good responses. The only thing that would be better for him is if he had Snowball, or excuse me, Fireball instead of Poison, but he does have the Snowball to deal with the Hogs. Poison every single time for that Mother Witch. He's got a lot of good options. He has to, I was going to say, he has to look for the Mother Witch with his Miner when he sends in those Miner bat pushes, and that's exactly what we just saw from Arden. Doesn't work out, but that's the way you got to play it.
But he gets great poison value there, right? Gets Mother Witch, Zappies, plus Tower, a little bit of chunk on those pigs as well, so still pretty nice for him. And then the high Skarmy here, arrows come out a little bit late, but they, of course, then set up the big, big ability there from the Skeleton King. So that whole defensive sequence actually taking us on both sides of the board worked out very nicely for Arden.
Yeah, and honestly, it was one of those things where I don't know if that was a good time for Mini to go all in. I think that we all knew exactly how Arden was going to defend that, and Mini kind of just fed all of that push that he had, just kind of lambs to the slaughter. He could have reset something in the back and maybe started to build a more effective push.
Skeleton King in front of the Mother Witch as we go into sudden death overtime. The lead does go to Arden Toast crosswise, 22-75 to 2013, as Mini Mitch are trying to win this bridge fight.
Yeah, really nice sequencing there and placement for Arden, and that is just beautiful poison value here, and Mini playing a little over-aggressive in my mind, but again, he did have a great start to his day today, sweeping 3 of the best players in the world, so maybe he's still got, he's still got time. He's still got 95 seconds to sew this thing up.
He's just, it seems like he's just not really keeping track of cycle that well.
That's exactly it. Thank you for articulating what I was trying to say. That's really what it seems like, although that right there is what we need to see him doing more. He's looking for the bats with that Mother Witch, gets great value here.
Great value on the arrows, but look at how much all of that, because he stacks the Mother Witch plus the Flying Machine. And I believe Zappies were in there too. He's basically feeding poison like he's got stock invested in the poison industry.
He literally has been giving the best poison value for Arden all throughout this 4 minutes of gameplay. Now going to probably try to change things up a little bit with where he's placing his units, but Mini needs to think of a better way to get these pushes in. I think he needs more giant skeletons on the board, honestly. I'm not exactly sure what it is, maybe a giant skeleton up front, and then you got the piggies behind, and then you save your arrows. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm surprised we haven't seen much of him on the board.
Well, we haven't seen much dual lane pressure, and you see part of why the ability to plug it into the middle here with the mortar then means you get both Princess Towers involved. But because we're not seeing much dual lane pressure, and now here we go. This is what he needs, is to start splitting it up and not giving the poison value in one lane or in the middle all the time.
But again, like that dual lane pressure, it's just off timing. He sends in the Flying Machine when there's still skeletons on the board. It distracts the Flying Machine long enough to give Arden adequate time to decide what is the best, cheapest response. He goes bats up high, and this is just a pretty easy cleanup here. It should be snowball in, and then maybe a poison on top of that left-hand tower. No, he doesn't even want to do it. There it is, comes in last second.
Yeah, just a little extra tick, and there you go. Arden Toas didn't win it by a lot, but it never felt close.
Yeah, and I know that this matchup is like a pretty tough one when you talk about the Skeleton King splash, the Skarmy that's there, you have the Musketeer damage, you don't have a big spell to clean up the Musketeer on Mini side of the board. There's a lot of really great ways for Arden to deal with everything and a lot of great situations for him to get a ton of poison value. I just think Mini made it maybe a little easier than it should have been.
Yeah, and that's really what it comes down to, is maybe just a little bit easier than it should have been. It's a great way to put it, because, again, it does feel like you're absolutely right. The poison almost, in some ways, better than Fireball with the way it was able to get so much coverage. And also, you talk about your timing is a whole different ballgame, right?
Yes.
Pun intended here. You're not trying to make sure you hit the Fireball at the right spot. That poison able to sit there for a bunch of seconds, wait for things to get on the board here. It just, again, Mini was feeding the poison.
And yeah, and that's something that Mini has to be more cognizant of, right? If you're looking at your opponent, you're recognizing, okay, Arden is never playing a poison on top of my Princess Tower. He is only playing it in units or in places where I stack units up, so spread your units out just a little bit more.
Yeah, well, we've seen people today, and it's a great folks, we talk about tips and basics. The focus we've seen today on winning bridge fights as opposed to tower damage and winning deep in the territory, that's been such a key factor. And you just saw right there that Arden, his whole thing was, if I win at the bridge, I win the game. And that's how he did it.
Yeah, and you see here, Mini only with 3 giant skeletons on the board. And I understand why he doesn't want to play him as much. He's super expensive. And with the Skeleton King plus the Skarmy plus the Skeleton King ability, it always felt like that giant skeleton just didn't really have a good job.
Yeah.
But I still believe if you have that giant skeleton up front, then you play the Flying Machine over the middle, then you play the Mother Witch off in the corner. You can at least break things up a little bit more. You can still send in the Royal Hogs behind, and maybe all that would have done was just make Mini spend a little bit more defensively, maybe make him make a mistake, I guess, because what we were seeing just wasn't really working for Mini.
Yeah, it was a tough situation, and again, you get in there, you think about the concept behind this deck being Fireball bait, right? So you have pigs, you have the Mother Witch, you have the Flying Machine, you have the Zappies, right? You have all these things that are big spell bait. Well, when you switch that over to the poison, now suddenly you're not able to bait it out the same way.
Right.
And when you're not splitting lanes early on, it just begins to compound and compound. And now you're making non-ideal plays to try to catch up, as opposed to making the ideal play because you're in control.
And one of my favorite things about watching the best players in the world use poisons is, I've seen this many times with like like lava decks or e-golem decks is like poisoning early on so that your opponents cannot drop anything else there. It was just really great, and that's not exactly what we saw in that last game, but that was kind of the idea of like, look, if we know Arden's going to poison at the bridge every single time, you can't just keep dropping units in that same lane or that same spot. But that's neither here nor there. We're going on to game number 2 here. Miniminter already looking like he could be showing Mortar, but there's still a lot of other options there in the world, but that was probably the most popular deck or win condition with those 3 cards shown early.
And looking like it might be GY freeze here for Arden. Could be Bowlerling freeze, but probably GUI freeze given the way that the meta shook out. That was a way more popular look. Of course, no freeze in cycle now because he's defensively, and that will die there pretty easily. First minute away, and Mini looking cycle, Arden looking big.
The freeze change has been fascinating in the current meta. Obviously, we're not technically in this competition, but it has been interesting to see how much more freeze has been popular as of late. And we see Bowler, so still feeling like GY.
Yeah, Bowler GY, the deck that won Muhammad Light this year's World Championship. I believe he played it in both sets against Morgan during the grand finals, or I know he played at least one of them.
I was going to say, I don't think there's a lot of good splash damage here. He does have the Baby Dragon to help out, but freeze has to come in, and that Archer Queen is scary there in the back. Now the ability can come in. Oh no, never mind.
23-12 on the right-hand side. Mini not quite all the way back in it, but certainly pretty near to neck and neck with the young man Arden Toas. And both of these, of course, guys do have World Finals experience, and both have kind of similar experiences at World Finals.
Yeah, that's a really great way of putting it. And one of the things that is going well for Mini is that he's doing the opposite lane push here, right? Because when you're playing GY, you usually always want to go in the same lane as your opponent, build them down, beat them down, get the good counter push coming in. Going coast to coast like this, it helps Mini be able to get chip damage in and then still be able to not give a ton of counter push potential, which is why you see Arden going, all right, fine, I've got good damage on the left-hand side, but I cannot take what's going on here on the right.
And Bowler will, that NATO like almost worked against him a little bit, pulling the Archer Queen out of the way of the Bowler damage.
You called it, man. Look at that. AQ still on the board. Golden Knight has to come down. Ability is available.
Burns off, and here we go. Freeze is in the mix now. Poison on defense. That's why you see the Ice Spirit up there, but he might freeze here. It could get cheeky, no good guards. And that's some really great control there by Miniminter, just to, by the skin of his teeth, keep that Inferno Dragon off the tower.
And he's done that a couple times now. This one a lot scarier than the first.
1872, the mark on the bottom right-hand tower for Arden. Miniminter does have the lead, and there's some nice poison value here for this bridge fight. Taking a page out of the book of his opponent is the Peruvian American.
Yeah, and look at that. Mini somehow gets that AQ to stay alive the entire time. And now we just see a naked graveyard in the opposite lane with the freeze coming in.
And Ewiz does just catch the miner there on the back end, but Mortar connects. And that's a big Mortar connection. Arden doesn't get the redirect off of a great set of guards to protect by Miniminter. And just like that, Miniminter has opened this game up big.
And this is not an easy matchup by any means for Mini, at least in my mind. You saw there how much damage came in from that one GY freeze in the left-hand lane. Bowler is always such a frustrating thing to deal with when you're playing Mortar. These freezes also can be incredibly frustrating when you're trying to clean stuff up with your Archer Queen. But Mini definitely making a great case for it here.
Yeah, the freezes get a little bit cheeky here with Arden, kind of strange freezes. And there we go, get the King Tower activation, so Bowler will stay up with the Archer Queen rather than go down low. 11:66 to 17:41, 45 seconds left.
And I was just going to say, this is when Arden needs to start spamming those graveyards like crazy. These Electro Wizards need to be saved to catch those miners and those poisons, because you don't really have to worry about miner poison that much, because I don't think Mini has any reason to go poison offensively. He can just continue to poison defensively to make sure those graveyards do not connect.
Big expenditure left-hand lane.
Big
now,
push right-hand
yeah,
lane.
That's what I'm saying. Big expenditure on defense, so Miniminter starting to get pushed on the right-hand side, but it does die. Archer Queen ability going to get used. I don't know about that Archer Queen ability on the left-hand side. It does make things active in both lanes, but it does also spread out the action. Miner to the right-hand lane, Baby Dragon control. This should be a win for Mini Minter, and we're going to game number 3.
Yeah, really, really well played there by Mini. Just great control of the game, never overextending himself, always having that poison available to clean up that GY. You saw when he didn't, he played his guards. That's when the freeze came in. That's when all the damage came in. So great job by both of these guys, but Mini just playing a really, really nice game to watch.
I'm curious to see if we did end up getting the replay of the control on the Inferno Dragon. This might be it. This was the, I think this is, no, maybe it's the next Inferno Dragon after this one. There was an Inferno Dragon on the right-hand side that Mini Minter just barely kept from making his day go real short, real quick.
And I believe it's this one.
Yeah, this is the one.
Because the Skellies are in here tanking for the Inferno. The Valkyrie misses the pull. And it looks like, again, that Inferno is going to get on tower, but that's the second time around. He's played a last-second Ice Spirit, and then this time he used guards to distract it. Just beautiful stuff there from Mini. That timing is not easy to pull off, but you know why he's doing it. You never want to play your response too early on and give your opponent time to respond to your response.
And this is the play that changed the entire math of the game, right? The mortar actually got on tower there, opened up the big lead for Mini Minter, and at that point, Arden just was not able to get back in the mix.
Yeah, and it's tough, right? Because if you're going to play that E-Wiz defensively to get on top of that Miner, then you think, well, maybe he should have played it one more tile forward, but then if he plays it one more tile forward, it does distract the mortar for a second, but then the Miner maybe doesn't get taken off the board because it gets help from that mortar shot.
Yeah.
So not really a great spot to be in there for Arden. Mini plays a great one. He has that poison putting in work. 4 poisons, 4 graveyards. No problem. Logs coming in, but it's really all about that Miner chip, and then we saw some really great late game pressure there from Mini on the opposite lane with that Archer Queen. But the Valkyrie put in work for Mini time and time again at the bridge. That was one thing. We kept seeing these big counter pushes coming for Arden, and Mini would clean it up with the Valkyrie Plus.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you think about the decks played so far for Arden Toas. Game number 1 was that Miner control, the Miner mortar with Skeleton King. Game number 2, Golden Knight Bowler Freeze, Bowler Graveyard Freeze. So interesting 2 things for Arden Toas here. The only champion he has left, because there's no Monk, is the Archer Queen.
Doesn't
so he feel like he has to go Archer Queen. Lightning's available on the other side. But on the flip side, for spells, there's a lot of opportunities for Arden Toas. My guess here is that Arden either goes something that's based around the AQ, or goes with RG Lightning.
I was going to say, it feels like if Lightning is available, then you probably just feels like you need to go RG Lightning. And then, like you said, other side, same thing for Mini, because as you also said, the AQ being the only champion that he could still be played, or that could still be played by Arden, that's going to give you great value over and over. And also, there's the other thing. Royal Giant was really, really dominant in this meta. You know, it's Graveyard is kind of incredibly dominant in the current meta that we're in. We're seeing a lot of GY right now. It's slipped a little bit, but if you guys don't remember, just a month ago or a few weeks ago, Royal Giant was everywhere. So I wouldn't be surprised if we did see that from both of them.
Yeah, it's a great pick on both sides. Maybe a better pick on the side of Mini Minter just because he does get that RG. He could also go Golem Lightning. Something with Lightning's the right call here, in my opinion.
And we did start to see a lot more Golem at the end of this last meta as well, which is pretty. And we're starting to see more of it now in the current meta. Yeah, and also when it comes down to who's the better Royal Giant player between Mini and Arden, for some reason I lean towards Mini, even though I'm not even sure if I'm right. That's just where my gut goes.
Because Mini mostly plays decks that are middleweight,
heavier, right? Yeah. Yep.
He does play some heavy, but Mini's not a guy who plays a ton of cycle.
Yeah.
He plays stuff like bridge spam, like RG, stuff that's like thick but not heavy.
Whereas Arden is a guy that likes to play, I think, a lot faster and looser. But he does still go heavy as well. I've seen him play Golem. I've seen him play Royal Giant. But that is up for them to decide and for us to talk about. When you talk about what's been going on throughout this set, it feels very similar to our first set. Maybe not as big of blows happening early on, but it does feel pretty evenly matched throughout.
Yeah, very certainly so. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 3. Winner gets a guaranteed $500. The loser goes home and resets for
tomorrow.
For tomorrow, because they both play they both have matches tomorrow for Queso.
Earthquake, okay.
And RG for Arden, so
we were okay at our jobs.
Yeah, moderately decent at our jobs.
RG plus AQ, both in there, and then we see on the other side of it, Mighty Miner come out, which is going to be a great way to respond to that Royal Giant.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about Mighty Miner.
Yeah, I was going to say, was there not a... I let you run with it, but it's fine.
I just forgot it. Like, there was this moment where Mighty Miner was all over the place, and like, and you're playing Mighty Miner bait all the time. Ooh. Oh, wow, look at this.
That was a really necessary Hog Rider, I think is the best way to put it there, by Mini. Doesn't get the swing in, but ends up getting a nice defense, not taking a lot more damage than he could have with that giant Skelly Bomb.
Hog EQ, interesting choice here because while you don't have the lightning for the Archer Queen, you still have the delivery, which is great with the Archer Queen, Skeleton to distract, Snowball to knock back, especially when she does use that ability. And Arden taking a great choice here, seeing the snowball cycle and doing what you do with RG, which is, hey, you spent some elixir, let me go the opposite lane.
Yeah, and this is, you know, I like the pull here from Mini 2, already having used Giant Skeleton earlier. He decides to go to Mighty Miner, which is going to be a great response here. Those are beautiful skeletons.
Pull that in the booth.
Oh, wow, I thought it was going to be distracted by that last skeleton there, but still, already incredibly effective. Mighty Miner stays alive, and this is a fantastic sequence by Mini, but you talk about defense, that was about as good as it could have gotten for Arden Toas.
Yeah, take that from the skeletons to distract the fishermen all the way to the end of that defense. All of that right there is beautiful Clash Royale on both sides of the board.
Yep, yeah, if you guys ever watch Juicy J on his streams, he just goes, that's a beautiful game of Clash Royale, and that was exactly what that was. Beautiful interactions on both sides. Overextension by one, then you see the aggressive push by the other, able to clean things up efficiently, just exactly what you want to see here at the highest level.
This time Snowball does make room for the hog shot, so that's critical, but look at this pile.
You know what's great for this pile, Rich?
Oh, yeah.
A Royal Delivery, my friend. One of the most satisfying interactions in the game. And now we see a bomb tower come down just in time to deal with this Royal Giant.
Fishboy does get the Mighty Miner off the RG, and this is going to be some significant Royal Giant damage.
Yep.
I believe at least 2 shots here. Does it get a third? And not quite. Here we go. Hog Rider opposite direction. Mini Minter now suddenly has sacrificed the lead. Snowball does take the lead right back, though.
Yes, he does. Hog hits come in. That Snowball can be so frustrating. Great skeletons around here by Mini to deal with that for the +2 trade. And Musketeer to meet a Hunter.
Hog Rider down right-hand side, sudden death overtime, Fishboy, and no King Tower activation yet for Arden Toas against this Hog Rider. Keep that in mind, that he really cannot go for a King Tower activation on the right-hand side at this stage.
I love that Royal Ghost up high at the bridge, looking for the bomb tower to come out early on. Ends up meeting the Mighty Miner. Mighty Miner gets pulled away, does get a shot in on that bomb tower, and that's exactly what you want to see. Probably going to see a delivery come down here in just a moment. No, actually, great cleanup there by Mini. Doesn't even need it.
And AQ getting tanked for a little bit, so she does a lot of work there on that Mighty Miner. And we'll talk about this more, but it's looking more and more like Arden Toas not being able to get a King Tower activation early against this Hog Rider.
Wow!
Look at so many of those shots.
I know.
And it's credit to Mini Minter for early on in the match, burying the Hog Rider, not sending naked hogs, burying it behind big pushes, so that Arden Toas couldn't go get a clean King Tower activation, because all those shots on the right are because there's no King out.
Yep, and now he's in a situation where he can't really go for the King Tower activation because there's so much elixir on the board. There's never going to be a naked hog coming down the lane. So exactly what you said, really, really smart decision making there. And now we should see another bomb tower come down. No, he goes delivery instead. So Royal Giant will get a couple shots in. Second shot is a big one. And now Arden is back in the lead. Remember, there's only 30 seconds remaining. The end of the set, one of them will be eliminated here.
Hog Rider trying to sneak on by, doesn't get past the Hunter.
Wow!
Oh my God,
that
it does!
Snowball, man. Snowball is so broken in all of the best ways. Gotta be so frustrating for Arden, dropping everything he has on the board, and the Hog Rider's still getting hits.
And now back to another bomb tower. EQ will finish things off. What a game by, that was really, that Ghost got
It got
close.
one hit. If it got one more, that would have been it. Mini making it too close for comfort, but he is able to eliminate Arden Toas. So Arden Toas gonna have to put his luck back in the Queso Cup. No more Snapdragon Pro Series for him.
And again, you see this hog a little bit too far down to get pulled by a Fishboy, and this skeleton block against the fisherman. Just really, really nice. Gives the DPS plenty of time. No RG shots here, and that was huge considering how close that end came.
And then you look at this massive push. Arden has 8 elixir to deal with it. What does he decide to do? Fireball up high to break everything up, push that Musketeer back, Hunter down low. Because that Fireball was perfectly placed, the Musketeer was far enough away, doesn't end up getting a shot, and it was just brilliant, brilliant defense. These pushes coming in. Those fireballs on top of Bomb Tower, it's something that you guys should always be doing when you have enough elixir in those situations, because it makes your opponent have to spend a lot more up front.
And Hog hits. Hog hits a second time, right? You talked about this was a 200-something HP margin in this matchup.
One of those stop Hog hits, man.
Yeah, so there's two factors here, right? Never getting the King Tower activation for Arden, and credit again to Mini Minter for not playing in a way that would have allowed it. So Arden Toas took more Hog hits than he should have. On the flip side of things, you talk about that, and if we can, at the end of this, see that Skeletons replay again, and just how close that one was. And here we go. Hog gets in, Snowball isn't needed. Fireball, and look at this Royal Ghost. Gets one.
Gets a hit. The log is almost there. The second hit is almost in. Like, that is a difference of 1 second, one interaction, one Hog swing, one King Tower activation, 1-1-1-1. Like, there's so many things that could have changed it, but Mini Minter does exactly what he needed to do there. I love the substitution with the Mighty Miner. He didn't really use the Mighty Miner ability at all. He just used the Mighty Miner drill. You know, it was just really more about putting a card in to replace the Giant Skeleton. Great stuff there, and Mini having a really nice Saturday.
Oh yeah, a great one for him. Glitter, he goes from beating 3 of the top players, maybe the top 3 players on the planet, to now coming here and getting a cool, quick $500 and maybe more after that win over Arden.
I mean, it's got to feel good. Another nail biter, too.
Yeah.
Very close matches today. I'm not mad about it, okay? But it will be Mini moving on through with our bracket. And speaking of our bracket, okay, we had some more matches that were completed while that was going on. So we did see some more 2-0s. Now, Diego up against Lost down there at the bottom. Diego making his way through with the 2-0, and then Snail coming out on top as well with the 2-0 against Gabo. And then, of course, Mini now making Mini's way through against Boomer in the former match that we watched, which means we have one more match that we have to talk about here in our first 16, our best of 16 players, if you will. Final match of this round. It's going to be Sweep versus Victor. Now, we saw how Arden fared in this last match. Now it's time to see what Sweep can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's the guy that we've been talking about for a few months now when you talk about the qualifiers as well. Sweep came screaming back into the scene here. Obviously, we all knew him from Pain. We knew him at World Finals back in 2020. He didn't do a whole lot in 2021. He was pretty quiet. But then in 2022, in the later half of the year, he just showed up, and he showed up big time. Great performance in the qualifiers, great performance at World Finals, and again, I love the way that he plays Clash Royale. He plays, I love that he's so casual about it. He's so confident in the way he plays. It makes me feel more at ease even when I'm just watching him play the game.
And on the other side of things, he plays against Victor, and this is one of those ones where Victor is a solid, consistent, been around a long time B player. Right, he's been playing competitive since 2019, all in the various Latin America leagues, Liga Mexicana, Aztec League. He's been around for a long time, but has never broken into that next tier. This is the kind of guy who Sweep would have been matched up against a lot when he was in the semi-pros.
Yes.
And this is now the kind of guy that Sweep shouldn't lose to anymore, which is why you bet Victor's coming in probably maybe a little bit more aggressive than his opponent.
Yeah, and I think that you really just kind of chalk that up 100% perfectly, telling the stories of both of these guys and their mentalities coming into this. You know, the biggest accomplishment that Victor has in his solo career is getting 16th place in our Season 1 Split 2 of this same competition.
Yeah, and again, that's a different level than Sweep, who's been in there with the biggest names on the planet in World Finals twice for him as well. So that's a pretty significant experience.
100%.
And if today's any indication, we could be in for one more very close battle back and forth to kind of close out our first round of matches on the day, because we've seen a decent amount of upsets so far, and I don't want to cast or curse it or anything. Okay, I'm just going to say it's going to be a close one.
Oh,
okay. I mean,
here comes a 2-0. It takes 6 total minutes. Obviously, that's what's next.
Well, I mean, if that's what happens, then we'll just be getting into the next round of matches, the quarterfinals, even faster.
And that other matchup that we didn't talk about in the quarterfinals, the Rimapon-Diego one, is an exciting one for me, because Rimapon, who's showed up in this competition in the past, I think he finished in 8th last season, and then, of course, Diego, our winner last time around, like, that should be a pretty fun one of two guys that are still kind of trying to come up in the scene, whereas all these other matchups, at least so far that we have in this round 2 or in our quarterfinals, are all pretty big names.
All right, well, let's see who is the last name that will be in those quarterfinals, because the next match is ready.
I'll be honest, if we see Victor do what we saw Clown do earlier, I will be blown away.
Well, winning does take one thing. It's where you do more damage than your opponent does to a single tower, and I have a feeling that Victor can do it.
And using Elixir efficiently is the key to battle.
It is the key to victory. That is true.
Our key to victory, dang it!
You are so close. Ooh, Victor going Golem here, it looks like.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's Lava Hog. Also,
Why wouldn't it be?
why wouldn't it be? That's a lot of mortar damage early here, but a lot on the board here as well. Baby Dragon will connect against the Princess Tower. Nice NATO.
Yeah.
That is where NATO enters into its next tier, when you use it to get that little extra opening for a big chunk of damage.
Wow. And
Yep.
now whatever Victor's win condition is, he can literally sit back comfortably and defend for the next 50 seconds until we get into double elixir. As a matter of fact, that's what he should be doing. He should be waiting to see if Sweep tries to make something crazy happen. Nope, he goes Golem in the back.
And goes Golem into the other lane here too, not even to the weak side tower. So, and immediately Sweep just goes, okay, are you gonna do that? Well, here come all the things.
I think what I don't love about this play is you already have a strong advantage, and I get it. You know, Sweep just spent 9 elixir in the opposite lane, but he is still Sweep. You need to give him some respect. I feel like he's going to be able to clean this defense up, or at least figure out a way around this defense.
But NATO here to clean that off, I think. Does he not
Just
have...
ticks to 4. I think he's waiting for the death damage to do it.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah,
Wow,
this is
okay.
both lanes.
Going to go down.
Oof.
Yeah, that's real tough there.
Yeah, Sweep didn't just double down, he tripled down to that left-hand lane.
Yeah,
At
I'm
that
not really
point,
sure about the Skeleton King ability on the
Yeah.
tower. I think you probably could have used that to elixir for defense.
Exactly.
And also, I do understand that, like, maybe the Skeleton King minion horde at the bridge wasn't the best response, but I do understand why he did it.
yeah. I think that you hit the nail on the head, though, talking about the 2 elixir Skeleton King ability. Because when you see the Golem go to that lane, you're like, okay, I'm going to force this lane to happen to deal with it. But then when he doubled down there to try to go for the overall 3 crown, that 3 crown wasn't going to happen.
No.
There was physically no way that was going to get done. And now you just took 2 elixir out of the Golem defense now that it has some sort of support. And we're going to see that in a moment.
That's an 11 elixir push. When
Yeah.
you add in that last 2 that a Golden Knight was able to clean up and create a big counter push with. I like the play of the NATO there. It's really nice. You see the last second miner come down here. Sweep had to spend down to 0, so he was kind of overextended a little bit early on anyway. And then you see this. These are kind of, you know, this is really, it's all over at this point. Yeah, I'm wondering, like, what if he goes... I don't know, maybe he goes Skeleton King a bit deeper on his side, uses the Skarmy to defend, and then uses the ability instead of going Skeleton King plus Minion Horde. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so maybe
yeah,
he goes
yeah.
Skeleton King left lane, Skarmy right lane, then he plays the Minion Horde after the Skarmy goes away, then he can use the Skeleton King ability on the left. I just feel like it was one of those things where Sweep maybe didn't come out with as much respect for his opponent as he might have needed to, or maybe he just miscalculated.
Yeah, I mean, either one of those is totally possible from him. And, you know, you look at the NATO play here, and NATO's one of the most interesting cards overall in Clash Royale because it's a card that does the same thing everywhere it goes, but its purpose is so different.
Yeah.
Right? So minor wall breakers or any of the drill magic archer, right? The NATO is to clean up some things on defense, to pull stuff out of the way for a connection, or to line up some magic archer shots.
Right.
But what it does, the cleanup on offense capability it has with things like Electro Giant is the obvious one, but with Golem, or now for those of you playing in the Bird meta, the E-Golem decks, the ability for it to just be like, oh, you thought you defended all this, but now here comes a NATO, and now there's an E-Drag of a Phoenix and a Rage, and it's all gone. It's such an interesting card that feels like so many cards do one thing, or 2 things, it does like 5 things.
Yeah, I mean, Tornado is literally, I think, the reason why, because I actually really enjoy playing Splash Yard and Graveyard, but I know that I am not good enough with specifically only Tornado to be at the highest, or even close to that highest level, even like 7.5k plus. I can't do it because you have to know when to pick and choose to NATO things back for a Graveyard, or to NATO things forward to take out, or to NATO things aside so they don't line up. Like, there's so many brilliant things that you can do with that NATO that I just don't know how to do the decision-making in the moment perfectly, because also, you think about where you drop that NATO, the center of the NATO, that's really important what tile you put it on, right?
Yeah.
So you could still do the right idea, but misplay it by one tile. So this is just us geeking out about one of the best cards in the game, and you see right there, Victor using it absolutely perfectly. Sweep was already really, really low in Elixir. You know, you pull in that push, and you take care of the Dark Goblin. The fact that Sweep had 0 Elixir at that moment to deal with it, and then sent in a Miner super late, just lets me know that he probably spent a little bit more than he should have about 10 seconds before that.
Sure. I mean, that's you talk about the cascading, mistakes beget mistakes. To go back to Hazard in Season 1 of Clash Royale League, that's a really key factor here. And when you talk about mistakes against something like Golem, and Golem NATO in particular, like the stakes for making a mistake in a cycle game are so low. The stakes for making a mistake when there's a giant pile of rocks you can just throw more things behind, those become like you're driving a bus instead of being in a street, you're driving on a cliff. You know, those are the buses hanging over the side of the cliff. You're like, why are you doing a 3-point turn here? People's lives are on the line. That's what it feels like.
So here we go, game number 2. Sweep gonna need to recollect himself, bounce back if he wants to stay alive here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. When winning matters, think Snapdragon. And for Sweep, he needs to win to stay alive.
And does he do a thing with the AQ? Nope, that's smart. Smart play, just let it go. A little chip damage with the Loggy Log. Nice work here for Sweep to open up, and the resurgence of Bomb Tower has been fascinating. Yeah,
I mean, you see a lot more E-Golem. You're starting to see a lot of piggies out there in the world. Bomb Tower doing a pretty good job against all the Royal Giant decks. Helps with the Graveyard deck because of the splash damage. You can play it close. It really does make a lot of sense.
Miner in on the right-hand side. Lightning, NATO, Bar Barrel all out for Victor. Fireball the only spell out for Sweep in this one, and going just hog EQ. Snowball, Mortar. See what the last card is here for Victor.
This is an interesting matchup because there's no big spell and there's no giant skeleton. So for Victor, he can be pretty comfortable cycling those Archer Queens in the back, and he can set the line high every single time pretty easily, not having to worry about that bomb going off. So we see an AQ in the back on one side, most likely AQ in the back on the other. There it is for Victor. And this is kind of the name of the game, but it's really about how does Victor want to attack this, and it's probably going to be opposite lane as we're already seeing.
This is really just, you talk about deck picking 101, and I had a chance to speak with Jebas, the coach of our world champion Mohamed White, a fair bit about
Coach of the Year.
Coach of the Year. Coach of the Year also as well. About deck picking, and one of the things he would talk about was people who did level 1 deck picking versus the level 2, level 3 type stuff. And that level 1 deck picking is very simple. Hey, NATO is out. Okay, Hog or Miner are suddenly get a big
I see
buff.
what you're saying, where you kind of only think 1 layer deep instead of going like 2 or 3.
And this is and there's nothing wrong with that layer deep. And that layer deep does separate you so much from the majority of people. And so you see here, Sweep making the, hey, NATO's gone? Cool.
Oh, dude, we had that duel challenge when we were in Finland that was in-game. Big shout out to the team there for putting that duel challenge in. I felt like a genius.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
it
you
was
felt brilliant.
So fun, yeah.
Miner in on the right-hand side. Didn't get caught, so Valk has to DPS that bad boy down. 18 seconds left, and the lead ever so slightly for the Canadian, who I believe is our only Canadian in the competition today.
I think that sounds correct. He's the only Canadian that plays Clash Royale competitively. But he might.
I think there's this guy who plays Logbait, maybe.
Maybe. What's his name again?
Cannon on the right. Cannon on the right-hand side. Chunk, 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 and wow, pull that one for the replay as Victor roars into the lead.
Just like an unacceptable connection. You have Valkyrie, you have guards, you have Log, you have Ice Spirit. There are so many ways to stop that cannon cart from getting on tower. And now Sweep in a lot of trouble with 94 seconds remaining.
And he might hog behind these guards here. Yep, there you go. Hoping the guards create some separation for him. The mortar does come down late.
Yeah.
Guards protecting for now, so this hog will turn around and do something. Queen gets in high.
Snowball, yeah, has to get that snowball in. And it still gets a shot. That's massive.
And AQ might turn around. Yeah, AQ still defending, and now Hog will get right on through. Is Snowball even...
Is it back?
Back, not
I mean,
quite.
it feels like it has to be. Come on, man. 293, and it looks like Sweep might be able to take this now with just cycling his way out. He goes guards into the poison. You understand doing it. You don't want that Miner to get on tower. Miner is in. This cycle race is going to be dangerous on both sides. Hog comes in, no EQ cycle. Miner back in with the poison. Victor's going to take this, Rich. Victor takes it.
Holds on and gets it done.
Wow.
What in the world?
Wow, I love the late game Miner poisons. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He sets up that mortar. He knows the EQ is going to come down, but the Hog will not make it through in time. There's too much elixir spent on offense for there to be enough to defend, and the guards getting on top of the Miner instead of the Valkyrie was a really tough draw there for Sweep.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And also just like great choice for Victor to go. He didn't go to any of the classic spots there, right? Because he knows he's not against Snowball. And he knows that the logs want to go the opposite direction because of the base race here. So we're gonna go ahead and see this shot come in. This was a beautiful sequence by Sweep overall.
Yeah.
They got him right back in the game, but this was it. The Miner goes to the inside, gets picked up, but hey, Snowball Poison means Miner's gonna go ahead and get, I think, 3 shots here.
Yeah.
Oy vey, that's a lot of damage.
That's just the beauty of Clash Royale. You see right there, Sweep goes Valkyrie to the safe spot, guards to the other side. He's basically covered like 6 different spots that Miner can go to, but the only problem is that the guards catch the Miner instead of the Valk. They're not able to mitigate all of that damage with the poison coming in, and we say goodbye to our second world finalist here in Sweep.
You know, I'm curious as to what Ian77, the Hog EQ player of the world, would say about that sequence. My guess is that once we got into the final 45 or so seconds, that you should be cycling that AQ behind King Tower into the weak side lane to help play on defense, and that you drop the Hogs and you're using 3-card cycle to EQ log like a maniac.
Well, that's the thing is, I mean, that's why you saw that aggressive Miner poison coming in, is because he knew he could win that spell cycle race. But either way, Glitter, did you call this happening, kind of? Didn't you say you thought it was going to be 2-0 and that
I think that's what you said.
And I think you were also implying it was going to be an upset.
I may or may not have done that, and I feel a little bit bad. I'm not going to lie.
Sorry, Sweep did okay just a couple months ago, or a month ago.
Yeah, you know, sometimes this is what happens. That's why we always say it's the era of everyone here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, because this is the perfect place to make a name for yourself, to have those massive upsets with people that are kind of the expected leaders, and we saw that three out of the 4 times now, you know? So it's been an insane start so far. We'll take a look back at those results. Now, obviously, Victor coming through with that 2-0, little bit of a correction as well. It was Gabo that actually won up against Snail.
Got it.
Corrected result there. So Gabo makes their way through who will be going up against Victor, the person we just saw with the upset against Sweet, and that is the solidified bracket for now. So we're gonna be sending it to a quick break, but when we return, the quarterfinals of our Season 2 Split 1 Finals for Clash Royale North American region. Don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. After some very close back and forth matchups, our quarterfinals are set. And we had some upsets along the way to keep things very, very interesting, as you can see here on our bracket. Our first quarterfinals matchup, though, that is right around the corner. We're going to be starting things with Bruzani versus Boss. This should be a very fun matchup.
Oh yeah, I think we're all pretty excited for this one for a lot of reasons, of course. Bruzani and Boss, I would say pretty solidly 2 of the top 10 players in NA, and it's a great matchup and one with some fun personality.
Yeah, Bruzani is one of those guys that I think we were not incredibly surprised we didn't see him at World Finals, but still a little bit surprised, you know, at least farther along maybe in the qualifiers than we would have thought. But you know what? That's not really here or there. Bruzani is here at this competition, and he's one of those guys that is always a threat in any competition he shows up in, and I'm sure that's something that Boss has on his mind.
Yeah, he's a threat, and that's a great way to put it. That Bruzani has not quite crossed that threshold into being a true title contender, a true like world-class top 8 contender, but he has had some good success. Of course, he made it into the CRL, one of the monthly finals last year. He's just right there. So that's that question where you can't go into a match with Bruzani and not take him seriously.
I mean, speaking of not taking him seriously, he takes himself very seriously. Confidence is sky high in Bruzani, and I've got a quote that I need you guys to read here because it's kind of perfect.
Oh, it says, "Boss will be a free win in my second round." And a big shout out to our director. We have questionnaires that go out to all of our players, and he's like, if this matchup happens, or even if it doesn't, we have to get this quote out there because I love this kind of stuff. We don't get to see a whole lot of the trash talk in the Clash Royale scene because I feel like there's a lot of respect amongst competitors, or they just try to keep it offline, right? You just don't want to hear about it. It's maybe in rooms with closed doors, but Brew just laying it all on the table right here for everyone to see.
And it's such a funny person to make that statement against. Because again, talking about guys who are dangerous. Boss is, again, never an easy out, been around for a very long time, has had really solid performances throughout his career, but Boss also has that up and down confidence. So if you're talking about mind game playing here, if there's any person who you might want to go out and be like, let me make an outlandish statement like this to rattle them, Boss might be the guy.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, right? And then when you look at this competition, though, Boss is in a really, really good spot. I think we all kind of on paper, us at the desk maybe, and you guys at home probably would have thought Betfist would have the advantage in this first set, and it looked like that early on in game number 1, but Boss came right back into it. He was able to take it in the final moments of game number 3. So, you know, Rich, you talk about confidence, and while Brew has a ton of it, it feels like Boss might have more momentum because of the bigger out in round number 1.
Sure, definitely the big mo going with Boss overall. Just the question, as it always gets to with Boss, is as you get closer to the finish line, does he start looking over his shoulder? And I think if he, as long as he stays eyes downfield, eyes down the race, he'll be in good shape.
That's a good way to put it.
All right, chat. Well, now it is your time to shine because we need to ask you for your opinion yet again. So let us know in that poll down below in Twitch chat who you think is going to be coming out on top in our first quarterfinals match. I mean, you've seen how close it's been all day, so this one's going to be very hard to predict. But will it be Bruzani or will it be Boss? I mean, I love, like you guys are saying, that we get to see a little bit of that trash talk. It's fun. Are you considering your which way you're leaning?
I don't know. I don't really know how to weigh this one. I really don't. I wonder if Brew's level of bravado is deserved and or if it's real. You know, I think Brew is the younger player overall, and these younger players often do just go ahead and take big swings. So I don't know. Chat, what did you think? You vote. You take care of all that.
All right, here we go. Hopping in to this first matchup. Glitter didn't want to, you know, do any Nosferatus for us hopping into this one, so we don't know who's going to win this set yet. No Caster Curse coming out, but Boss bottom of your screen. Bruzani here at the top. I just think it's hilarious because Boss is not an easy out ever. So why call him out like that? I love it.
Well, because also Boss is kind of soft-spoken and he's he's a sweet guy. You know what I mean?
I say Nosferatu and someone goes Nostradamus, and I'm like, yep.
Yep, there you go.
That's what I was trying to say.
That's the thing. Interesting choice here going with Drill Xe as opposed to Drill Magic Archer.
Yeah,
and Xe won't touch.
This was super popular towards the end of that last meta because I think I heard you say it on broadcast once that, you know, the Executioner went to Magic Archer School or whatever and got that range in because that Executioner damage is brutal now.
And so far, nothing significant. Just a little drill pop damage on the left-hand side, 30-27.
This becomes like pretty interesting as this game gets farther and farther along because those chains with the Golden Knight become really tough to deal with because you got to go, all right, well, then that means I got to play the Valkyrie up high and I got to play my guards down low. But then that guards, because there's 3 of them, it makes it easier to chain with the Golden Knight. So I'm really curious, being a mortar player, and especially this deck that Boss is playing, how he's going to defend these big drill plus Golden Knight plus NATO pushes late game.
I want to go back and look at that that King Tower activation afterwards because I was looking away for a half second and don't know what he was trying to achieve. When you know you're against NATO, that's a little early for the King Tower, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, for a lot of the game, or, you know, you go back to what you were talking about with Miniminter not allowing the King Tower activation, there's just certain things that you do. When you play against Splash Yard, you don't cycle something in the back that's going to give poison value. When you're playing against NATO, you don't activate the King Tower early on. You just have to make these small little rules in your mind that you're not going to break for maybe 3.5 minutes.
AQ will help. Log doesn't make enough room for the AQ. It does not. Now a big counter push coming down the left-hand lane for Bruzani.
Nice cannon cart there, looking for the miner. Really, really smart play.
But Xe not going to really go to the guards here, so this is just no one has taken control of the middle yet. And that's the interesting thing about this fight is that Boss wants it to, of course, get some mortar damage. And the mortar isn't as big of a defensive tool in this match because you're not trying to pull anything with the mortar. But Brew has the ability to just clog the bridge so much. Very curious to see who wins this as we go on the next minute.
This is what Boss needs to do with the mortar. He just needs to play it defensively. He just needs to have it as a body on the board, really, more than anything else. He's not going to get great damage playing it up high. The mortar, since it can't be spelled off the board, just having that extra tank down is going to help Boss out.
Okay. You're the mortar player.
Yeah.
I have mortar.
I'm telling you, man, you just got to come over to the dark side for a little bit. You'll love it.
Bro, I'm in the darker side right now. You know what deck I'm playing in rank.
I do.
Just tell you, smells like a certain food.
So Log comes in, won't hit the EQ, gets the Royal Ghost and the cannon.
2067.
And here we go. This is what I'm talking about, man. He's able to stop it there, but that's just the first one.
It's interesting, the XE so powerful, but it does really slow down the cycle of this deck when we get into triple. So curious to see how much he leans on the XE versus how much he goes other directions.
And Boss just happy to take that poison value, and I think that's a really smart pull. I mean, getting that cannon cart out of the conversation once you cross the bridge is really, really important. Log out, AQ out. This is dangerous.
And no connection there again. So holding on nicely is Boss, and the lead of about 700, 800-ish HP or so.
I can't tell if it's because Boss is playing his defenses perfectly or if it's because Brew isn't NATOing correctly. I think it might be a little bit of both.
Yeah, the drill NATO is like weirdly deceptive, and it's such an easy push, and that should get all the way in.
That should 100% be on. Boom. And there it is, and that's, oh wow, perfectly timed valve, and then the miner has to come out. I like that play there from Boss as well. And I honestly, Rich, I do think this comes down to maybe just some missed pulls with that NATO.
Oh, not quite enough. You like the idea for the NATO play by Brew, but so far, the easy out, not quite living up to it here for Bruce80.
I was going to say earlier, because you started a sentence that I thought was maybe going a different direction. I think what I thought you were going to say was you wonder if because of what Bruce said, he's going to feel like a lot more pressure than he would have had he just gone into the set blind.
Sure.
You know, it's one of those things, if you're going to call out your opponent, you need to be able to back it up, and there you go. That's what you're talking about. Miner gets played to the inside, easy King Tower activation. Doesn't really end up mattering because Boss does a really great job of getting poison value at the bridge and poison value on the Princess Tower when the cannon cart was close enough, and he only allowed, I think, one connection, one Golden Knight NATO connection.
This XE just looked concussed the entire way through this matchup. Like, the XE never felt like it did, and that's the miner up high. You know, maybe it was for the Golden Knight, maybe it was just to keep the XE from clearing stuff out of the way. It's just this Executioner never felt like it was doing what Brew wanted to do. I think that Executioner missed more throws than Tom Brady last weekend.
I'm going to say than me playing disc golf yesterday, so I'm glad that you decided to go the...
No, you were great. You were phenomenal.
You went the TB12 route, and we heard some oohs here from our studio, you know, he was a GOAT, or he still is, just not able to put it together all the time. And Brew here...
You're 48. Stop playing football.
Just stop playing. Just stop playing. No one wants to tackle you. They're worried of breaking you. Let's get back to Clash Royale. Boss, though, doing a really good job today. You know, he came through Betfus, did a really, you know, great reverse sweep there, if you will. And then now coming out to Bruce80, who talked just a little bit of smack. Boss, though, in the lead now. 3 games in a row in his favor.
And now you see NATO out on the side of Brew, so... Now the question is, hey, Boss, do you go something that gets sweet to NATO? Do you go Hog? You already went Miner. So now we get into the fun stuff, right? Like, does Boss go with a simple route and go Hog? And then does Brew on the same lane go, okay, what else can I play to counter Hog? Do I play like MK Ram right now or something to counter the very simple direct play?
Well, Brew also has Executioner, like you said, NATO, and Electro Wizard all out. And Boss went to the skies in game number 2, right? Exactly. So there's a lot of things available here. I did really like that. I know. I wish we were.
Is that the baby dragon? I was trying to do the lava hound, but like it feels baby dragon.
Lava hound has little wings too.
Fair enough. Okay.
But I wonder if Boss goes right back to that because he did play it so well against Betfus in game number 2. Not a lot of air responses, at least in that sense of the XE, the NATO, and the EWIZ. But you still, of course, have the AQ, the Magic Archer, a lot of other things out there. The Hunter. Maybe Brew just decides to go to Royal Giant because it was so safe in this previous meta. But Boss up 1 here in the first matchup of our quarterfinals against Bruce80, who thought this would be an easy out back up against the wall.
Brew going fast cycle of some sort. Mortar out, so that is 1 pull. And looks like Boss might be going fast cycle RG, and maybe the same thing for Brew.
Yeah, there we go. Hunter out from Brew. Worried about the skies, but of course Hunter is still one of the best cards in the game when you talk about that single target DPS.
And I think we've been mostly seeing the lightning variation, but with Boss no longer having AQ, Brew opting for the fireball for maybe a little bit faster cycle, some of the knockback.
Yeah, and of course you can get the pileups now, right? You can't get anything just stacking up at the bridge where you can't thread the needle with that lightning. Now he can kind of hit it all. but Boss, notoriously great Giant player, whether it is Royal or regular.
Yeah, just likes Giants.
Yeah.
Big fan of Giants. RG in, no block for the Fish Boy. And I'm sure Boss is playing this deck a bunch, and that's gonna have to be his big thing, is who wins the fish fight.
Yep, yep. And, you know, going back to that first set of the day, who wins the first round of the fish fight and who wins the second round of that fish fight, right?
Ooh, right now it looks like Brew's about to shred this left-hand tower. That Hunter just got pushed away.
And it's going to go off the
so
board.
far away.
And that's like basically tower down. I was like, it actually is, but it doesn't get the final shot in. And yeah, tough place to be in, man.
Yeah, but they're spells. So GG to your tower there, bud.
Yep.
That we can go back and look at that after the game, because I don't remember exactly. I'm trying to figure out like how exactly it happened, because the Giant Skeleton wasn't trying to go behind the Hunter for something. It just got in there and squeezed enough distance. The Hunter, it was like trying to just like slap fight the RG rather than punch it.
Yeah. And, I mean, that was also just such an easy defense there for Brew. Fisherman does exactly what he needs to. Hunter in the right spot. And Boss going hyper-aggressive here, but I just don't think it's going to work out. Probably just going to be a quick game number 3.
And, okay. 30 seconds left. Nah, GG's.
Yeah. And maybe we see RG in the pocket after the Giant Skeleton pulls aggro because the Fisherman's in the pocket.
Of course, I did say GG's a bunch the other day when Wallace then came back in the last 5 seconds twice in a row, so maybe I shouldn't say a bit, but yeah.
Curse of the Caster.
Yeah.
Nosferatu. Come on, Andrew, get it together.
Whatever, he also did curses, I think. And thank you very much to the booth for jumping in on that one.
Just heard him like mumble in the background like, this idiot.
All right, game number 3 on its way. Brew evens it up easily, and it's going to all come down to, I think we'll have the play queued up right here. Yeah, it all comes down to this very early exchange. Look at that. The Giant Skeleton just gets in the way, and the log knockback as well. Just made enough room to where it was more like the Hunter was blowing kisses at the Royal Giant than shooting.
And it's so crazy, that Hunter range and how massively the damage drop-off is, like, per tile, right? If you're up in the face with the Hunter, you're going to do an insane amount of damage with that spread shot, that scatter shot. But if you're just 2 tiles away, it is insane, the exponential drop-off in damage coming in. And then at this point, it's just like, I'm going to spam the bridge and lightning, and I'm going to defend, and we're going to go to game number 3.
Game number 3 coming in. Number 3.
3, yes, right. Boss took game number 1. Brew takes game number 2 there. And this is also what's fascinating about the games that Boss has lost. He's lost them off of very early misplays and interactions.
Yeah.
It happened in game 1 against Betfus, happening in game 2 here against Brew. So as long as he can lock or bolt that down early on, he doesn't let those huge swings come in, he's been playing pretty great.
Yeah, he certainly has been. Again, let's go back to the same thing. I don't know what Boss's comfort level is, but now you have Fish Boy and the NATO both out. So yes, you could still go Lava. I think the 2 best choices for Boss right now are Lava Hound or Hog. Those are the 2 best directions to go in. Fireball being out too could mean Pigs as opposed to Hog, also as a possibility.
Yeah.
Lots of options there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the thing here when you talk about all of those capabilities is then you think that Brew has to go to like Bomb Tower. He needs to have a bit like a good, strong building that can deal splash damage, right? Not just single target DPS. But I think you make a really good point with the fact that NATO's out, you know, Fireball's out, Fisherman's out. I would love to see, honestly, Hog EQ with Giant Skeleton from Boss. That's what I would like to see. I think that you can set the line high with the Giant Skeleton. It'll do a great job against whatever tank that he has. And then, of course, your Earthquakes are going to put in work against that building that you think Brew's probably going to draw anyway. And then if you do what we saw Mini do before, which is just play smart, don't play over-aggressive and single, I think Boss can probably control his way out of that game.
And every graveyard counter pretty much in the game is still available for Bruzani, right? So that also means that something like Giant Graveyard or Bowler GY, both of those create a lot of problems for him.
Yeah, I mean, and then there's also just the crazy, like, what if, you know, like, what if he just went, you know, Loon Freeze? So Lava Loon, or Lava Miner, or sorry, Lumber Loon Freeze.
Lumber Loon Freeze,
right?
Could be.
Because we don't have Fireball, we don't have NATO, we don't have Xe, we don't have E-Wiz. A lot of good options, so Boss does go to the skies.
And that mortar will do some damage on the left-hand side, and Boss will ignore that damage and just flood the right-hand side with lots of things.
Yeah, maybe a high flying machine, 1 tile offset to the right late to help clean it up, so it's not too much damage, but we'll find out. Bats early on means we could be seeing Clone. There it is.
There you go.
Yay.
Well called right into a poison.
Yeah, I was going to say, the clone pool, though, is like, I don't think poison's out, but it doesn't seem to matter. Boss gets a lot of good damage early here, and he's actually not in a bad spot elixir-wise.
And Brew does have the lead on the left-hand lane. I'm going to double down on the right instead, and Lumberjack. It is a Lumberjack deck.
I think the thing that Boss has to worry about the most now is because he is playing a clone deck, he's got to think about the swarm piling up. Miner plus bats, and of course that Skeleton King ability coming in with a miner in the back. How's he going to deal with all the small swarm units when he doesn't have a baby dragon where he needs it?
And again, just lava up and hope that you win this push, but poison is almost back in cycle.
Yep.
Right? Snowball will be able to get back to Snowball in a few.
Yeah, it should just be kind of a lot of what we saw, just like Musketeer poison.
There's poison.
Bats come down to stop that baby dragon damage, so tower should be healthy enough, and he'll take that left-hand tower.
Yeah. Yeah, I do not love the lava clone call here. Lava itself wouldn't have been a terrible call.
Yeah.
But when you're looking at the spells, maybe he was betting that his opponent goes lightning here, but given what Boss had left to play, lightning wasn't the right spell choice for Brew.
Yeah, and I understand, like, Boss doesn't want to play, like, I mean, he can't play Lava Loon with Miner or Lava Miner, but I would have just been cool with just classic Lava Loon, or maybe what we saw before in game number 2, which I think was kind of like Lava Loon as well,
sure,
with, you know, Skelly Drags.
This might get in.
Yeah, I just don't know if it's going to do it.
Not quite, yeah. And good Skeleton King.
And Musketeer stays alive. That's pretty much it. 35 seconds is enough time to make something happen, but you know, Brew doing the correct thing here, keeping up the pressure and getting Swarm out, just like I was talking about before. It's tough to deal with Swarm when you've got just Fireball and Clone.
Mortar does go down. A little extra damage there onto the Princess Tower, 380 to 1080. And wow, just pockets it.
And I like that. I like that play. Keep up the pressure. Keep him off of offense. Boskin's not going to be able to get anything down in time. Fly Machine in the pocket, not going to work out. So there it is. Game, set, and match. Bruzani able to back up the trash talk.
Yeah, able to get it done. And, you know, I don't know how much of it is to better gameplay. I think some of it is to Boss making a really suspect deck pick here in Game 3.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just like, I saw the bats come out behind the lava, and usually when you see lava with bats immediately behind, you have to think clone.
Yeah.
That's usually exactly how it goes. But then I was like, well, wait, let me look at my iPad here and see, but Brew didn't play poison yet. And that just seems like one of those things you cannot do. And you see their poison plus snowball against lava clone. GG, well played, you're out of here.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Mortar too.
Yep.
So there's almost no way he's playing Lightning at that point.
Yep.
So at that point, you have to just go like, just sit on clones, maybe play some clones defensively at some point.
I mean, you see Mortar, you know it's poison at that point, right? Because Fireball's already been played. That's a really good point that you make. And then you add in that snowball there, kind of adding insult to injury. And it does end up being pretty easy for Brew there in game number 3. A really great set going back and forth. But I think a suspect deck pick is probably the best way to chalk it up, man.
Well, Boss out, Brew backs it up, and we have our first quarterfinal match down. Glitter, that was Clash Royale. That's what we live.
Hey!
That's how it goes.
See, and you know what? Like you were saying, Brew's got to feel really good about being able to back up the trash talk that we obviously had to call out that could have gone the complete opposite direction and made him look a little silly, but it didn't. Now makes his way through to the semifinals, and that's got to feel good, especially getting the first quarterfinals match out of the way. Which means it's time for us to start looking towards the next one. The next one's going to be pretty fun. I'm excited for this one. This is Boomer versus Mini, all right? And that's going to be determining who goes up against Bruzani in those semifinals. And Boomer making a little bit of a name for themselves here so far.
Yeah, I mean, Boomer had a really nice first outing. It was fun to watch, and it was a solid performance overall. And again, anytime that you're talking about a player who's able to make it to the high 8Ks on ladder, you're talking about a player who is better than 99.4% of people who play Clash Royale.
And then the conversation comes in, well, maybe they're just a one trick. And I think what we saw, though, in this 2-0 set against Pompeo was not that at all. he wasn't a one-trick. He played 2 very different decks. Yes, this deck that we're seeing, I don't love it, but he played it really nicely. He had to switch in with the mini P.E.K.K.A, and it was really more about decision-making and control. He looked like a true veteran out there. I was excited about what Boomer/Clown did, and I was actually really shocked at the way that Pompeo played throughout that set.
Then you go to the other side of things here, across from Boomer, and you have the guy who is probably at this point in the tournament the favorite on top of everybody, right? If there's one player who's got the most experience out of anybody remaining, like this is a guy who probably now, if he gets through this, you're looking at a pretty nice path to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, you've got our world finalists in Arden and, of course, Sweep already being eliminated. Mini's been to world finals before. He placed high. He had a great day earlier today at Queso Cup. He had a great set here. It was a really, really awesome back and forth set between both these guys, but Mini just played a little better. That's really all it comes down to, because both of them played exceptionally well, but Mini holding that poison in this specific game that we're seeing right now against Arden to deal with that graveyard, and of course this great pull with that Royal delivery. We kept seeing big pileups coming across the bridge for Arden, and Mini was always able to lock it down, and you kept pointing out really, really excellent decision making with when he decided to get aggressive with his Hog Rider in this game.
I mean, not only is Mini managing to do well in multiple events right now, but also a student, okay? Wow. And so this is a really cool quote that we have from Mini. I once pulled an all-nighter studying for a Calc 3 exam with 6 Red Bulls and a Bad Bunny album on repeat. I mean, that would work for me. I don't know about you guys.
You know what? These kids talk about it. I once did 5 days straight to finish a thesis paper.
No.
It was coffee, tea, and cold showers. I had to finish. I was supposed to spend the whole year working on the paper, and I didn't do it until the end.
5 days?
5 days. I was hallucinating by day 3.
You're not alive.
No,
this is a ghost.
Are you
this
sure
is not
you
real.
actually finished the project at that point?
Actually, I passed out in the middle of day 5, and my mom put me in bed, and this is really theoretical paper, and then there's this clear chunk of 500 words to finish it that's just like bad information from Wikipedia that my mom threw into the paper would get done.
Your mom finished the paper?
Yep. 10,000 words, 9,500 words by me, 500 words by Mama Slate.
And Wikipedia. Well, while we hop into Mini versus Boomer, I think Glitter's going to go read this thesis paper, mainly just the last 500 words. I'm excited about that.
It was so in-depth, and then there's just like basic facts about Egypt for no reason in there. It was great.
Oh.
Thanks, Mom.
Always
ghosts
coming through.
The ghosts still freak me out at night.
So, Piggy's at the top. And Royal at the bottom? Well, Royal Giants?
Tombstone's weird, though.
It is
Tombstone
weird.
and Skelly King are both weird here. But it has to be because what are you doing with Fish Go Boom here if you're not playing RG?
And also, like, you know, there was the Skeleton King RG deck that was pretty popular for a while, but it just kind of stopped showing up for some reason.
Shout out to everyone in the YouTube chat right now discussing their various vehicles. Ethan Pett, congrats on your 2022 new model Equinox.
What?
Yeah, well done.
Just rubbing it in. I've been looking for a car for like 4 months.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. You must have played, you know, 20K over MSRP, but congratulations.
Then he gets a nice King Tower activation there. Going to help out with the Piggies. Really nice. Especially because that Tombstone doesn't have a lot of HP. Having that little bit of extra help from the King Tower is always advantageous.
I've never understood Fish Boy with Piggies, right? Because what pig counter? I mean, I guess that you could talk about maybe the Skelly King and the Dark Prince, but like the key pig counters, the Fish Boy doesn't really help you there a whole lot.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm a pretty big believer that the Fisherman has been in maybe 2 decks out there in the world that don't have Royal Giant that were actually viable, like in forever. I'm sure that I can get added on Twitter and people will send me a ton of them that are really good, but it just hasn't felt very viable in anything other than Royal Giant for a while.
And okay, the lightning is a thing.
Yeah, it's not bad. Cleans up a couple of the zappies, gets a little bit of damage in on that Giant Skeleton, allows a couple shots to come through, but now you see an Elixir advantage and units on the board here for Clown. One pig sneaks through. Giant Skeleton's still alive.
And that's where you're hoping that if you're playing, like, that's where the Fish might come into play, right? Where the Tombstone pulls everything to the middle, and then you can fish at the bridge and try to pull the Dark Prince across. but you're still trying to pull from so deep in enemy territory.
Yeah, and I think Mini is too good to allow that Fisherman to get on top of his Tombstone. That's the other thing I was thinking is, like, you know, sometimes people try to get Fisherman up in front to get on top of the building, whether it's a cannon or a bomb tower or whatever, but Tombstone is basically impossible because the Skelly is spawning.
That was a nice little lightning there to try to shut down the bridge battle as we go into sudden death overtime. Clown does currently have the lead, but has a lot of skeletons, and this connection just barely takes it, and now Mini Minter gets in the lead.
Getting some nice pigs to spawn. Mother Witch stays alive. This could be trouble for Mini. We'll find out. Mother Witch still there. Should turn... Oh, and look at that. That's a really nice E-Spirit. Slows all the piggies down, cleans up that Mother Witch. Flying Machine taken care of by the Hunter.
And that's a lot of pig damage there in the middle. You don't have, I mean, you have the Hunter high. I know you're trying to get the Flying Machine off the board, but you don't have your Tombstone available, and your Skelly King's not in cycle. And that's just going to be what we saw, a whole lot of pigs.
It's so tough because how else does Mini get on top of the Flying Machine? He's never going to get good value with his Lightning because I'm assuming or hoping Clown/Boomer is not going to make a mistake to give him that value. So you have to go Hunter high, but then the Hunter's always too far away from those Royal Hogs.
And this is where he Lightning.
Yep,
Gets that Flying Machine off early. There you go.
But still, I was going to say, there's going to be a big counter push, and it gets even bigger with that second Giant Skeleton coming down. 2 Giant Skeletons on the board, Hunter off in no man's land to deal with that Mother Witch, and now with the pigs come down, this is really, look at that! Giant Skeletons pushing each other to that Princess Tower.
And this might activate King. No, not quite, not quite.
It gets the tower!
Gets the tower, okay.
Wow.
Well, that's way better than activating King.
Yeah,
it was already active.
I mean,
too.
King already activated, but still, the Giant Skeleton Bomb just close enough. And so far today, Boomer, Clown, whatever we're calling him, pitching a shutout against big names of the game.
Boom Clown.
Boom Clown. Change it right now. You got time. I'll give you the gems.
Yeah, for sure. And man, this was just Mini Minter being in one really bad place.
Yeah.
The place of I don't have a counter for the thing that you do.
Yeah.
Lightning not going to stop that. None of his responses to Royal Hogs are really that good. And you talked about it. What do you do about the Flying Machine if you're trying to deal with these Royal Hogs?
Nothing. You cannot get on top of the Flying Machine other than with the Hunter. You can only get splash damage out of your Skeleton King, and you have the weakest defensive building in the game going up against Royal Hogs. So it's just all bad going to worse. And then I love this second Giant Skeleton coming down. I'm pretty sure Mini knew it was over in this moment as well, but it's just a great push. Ocean Red on the left-hand side, Skeletons pushing Skeletons, Hog causing trouble, so a Tombstone has to come down up high, and then on the back end, you still have that Flying Machine alive and being a nuisance.
And so game number 1 goes to Boom Clown, who did not play a champion and only played arrows, so a whole lot available for him. Lightning out, which means his AQ just got a whole lot more powerful. Curious about what happens for Mini Minter here.
It's just exciting to kind of to watch this guy play. He's making really, really great decisions. He's never overextending himself. He's making great reactions against some of the best players out there in the world, and he's not playing like someone that you never heard of before. He's playing like a true veteran.
Yeah, he's playing calm.
Yes.
And that's one of the big things is there's not a whole lot of like oopsies happening with his gameplay. And also the deck picking so far has been very nice.
I was just going to say, I love his deck variability. I love that he changes it up. You know, like I just said a moment ago when we were going into this match, when you see someone that's that high on ladder, but you don't really know them competitively, you just immediately think they must be a one-trick because that's what we're supposed to do, right? If you want to climb ladder and get up into the 8Ks, all the pros say it. You pick one deck and you grind it till you're up in the 8Ks. That's it. But then you have someone like this, 8.5K, and being able to play a lot of different decks, a lot of different styles, having big spells, not having big spells, playing control, playing beatdown, playing spread, like whatever it is. He's pretty fun to watch.
And you know what? I'm just going to throw this out there. If anyone from the chat, you know what I'm talking about, on Twitter, knows more about Clown, Boomer/Clown, Boom Clown, if you know what his one trick was, let me know so I can, because I'm very curious about what he used to climb to 8.6.
I mean, maybe he's a Royal Hogs guy, right? We saw Royal Hogs in game number 1 here. He plays it well. We saw it in game number 2 against Pompeo. And then game number 1 against Pompeo, he played Royal Giant. So it does look like maybe he does favor things that are a bit heavier because the average elixir in all those decks is above 3.5, 3.8, 3.9, things like that. I don't know. I'm down to just see what he keeps doing. It's fun. I mean, I love a good upset, and if he goes through Pompeo and Mini with taking 4 games and no losses, he's got a fan out of me.
Yeah, that's going to be a whole lot of fun. We'll see as we go into game number 2 here. Boom Clown up 1. Mini Minter going Miner Snowball. You love Boom Clown. It's really good.
I love Boom Clown. It brings me joy.
What if Boom Clown lived in a boom town?
It also reminds me of that song, Bone Slang or whatever it is. I don't know. I'm not gonna sing it. I'm not gonna get fired from my job. They don't pay me to sing.
I would though.
So this might be the Archer Queen Giant Skeleton Mortar version that Mini's playing here. This is an interesting one because it's a bit heavier, and I don't know. If it is that version, I am not good with it, so I'm excited to watch Mini play it.
Well, of course, you are generally excited when there's a mortar on the board, and I see the only deck I was ever good with, Drill.
Yeah, you know, 5 years later, I wonder if I'm ever going to get tired of Mortar, and I just don't think so. I just love it.
That's fair. You know, I think that maybe that you have done the thing you're talking about, right? Like, you've only been a Mortar player the entire time we've been casting together, whereas I've been like a 15 different thing player.
Yeah.
So it's
always been Mortar bait or just like Mortar control. Or now with the Mortar Giant Skeleton Fireball Phoenix. I know, the sound on that card is just wonderful.
I don't know, versus, but I'm the queen.
But I'm the queen. And then also when it dies, too, it's or whatever, the wonderful sounds. 26-12, 28-35, Mini Minter bottom of your screen. Hasn't shown a big spell yet, but definitely has some big cards in the Skeleton and the AQ. And Rich, this is the deck that you climb with, but instead of the X, you had Magic Archer, correct?
Yeah, Magic Archer is whatever version. I mean, mostly I play decks that have Magic Archer in them. First of all, his hair is great.
Beautiful hair.
And then you add in the fun of the geometry, the Marcher NATO. I mean, basically I play like Marcher NATO Golden Knight decks at this point.
And great timing on that Queen ability, the poison, everything. Queen is untouched with the Dark Prince dashing on by. Really, really nice stuff.
I just want to point out to Jasper CR in the chat that I don't believe Andrew plays Rocket. So don't put cards in his deck.
I do not play Rocket.
There you go.
I am not good with it.
And that Xy's alive.
It is, and that's why that Giant Skeleton has to come down right up in its face. Now second Xy comes down, very nicely placed.
Miner gonna just be tanked for, so Dark Prince has to come out, lest that Miner digs on that tower. Either way, 1808. The lead opens up for Mini Minter by about 1,000 HP.
Yeah, and Clown, or Boom Clown, has just found himself going in the same lane over and over and over, and now he's going to give poison value every single time to that cannon cart like we're seeing right there. We know Mini's going to take it, and he has to take the dash, then gets the Ice Spirit in. I love that. That was a beautiful sequence there by Mini to extend the life of his Archer Queen for very, very cheap. And another great poison here. I mean, this is what Mini should do. When you think you're better than someone, just control the game.
90 seconds left. So far, Mini Minter just locking down the defense, and Clown just not able to get any real opportunity for Drill to be impactful here.
Yeah, I mean, and it's funny because Mini really only has the guards as the best way to deal with the Drill, but it's been more than enough. This time, the Golden Knight does get a dash on through, but there's no Magic Archer here to deal with that Giant Skeleton. We've seen Mini defend with a Giant Skeleton right in the center of the lane when he didn't know there was no Magic Archer, and obviously now that he does know it's Executioner, but that's one of those reasons why I think you like the version with Magic Archer more.
Yeah, there's a number of reasons. And again, doesn't get it, just doesn't quite get there, 50 seconds left. But this is what he has to start doing now is spamming drills like crazy.
Yes. And
spamming drills in the way that Force Watch is going to spam to the outside here. No, he goes to the front. That's going right into an easy catch as opposed to making the Giant Skeleton walk across the front.
And look at that, still not able to get the dash on through. A bit surprising that these guys that have had this much time to play this deck, 2 full metas, and there's still these weird NATO interactions that are just not being played right. I mean, when you, again, you watch like Mo play this deck and it's like a masterpiece. Every single one of those NATOs almost lines up perfectly. And here we go. That's what I'm saying. If it's guards on top of the Drill, you should be able to line that up.
I mean, just so let's follow up, to get back to that conversation. You know, I'll pick it up in a second here. Here we go. Final 5 seconds. Can Drill do enough in time? Nope, not gonna do quite enough there. Mini Minter ties things up. As I say, you said it's, you know, watching Mo play this is beautiful. you watch Mo play Eagle and Battle Healer,
yeah, anything.
and you're like, this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
I gotta say, I mean, I know we've mentioned the Queso Cup a few times, and you've been casting it, but I think it was CRL Intel maybe, they put up the stats.
Oh,
and it
it's
was
like
everyone in the competition, the highest win rate was 67, there was a few at 64, 65, and then Mo was at 92.
Yeah.
Just insane what that guy can do.
Yeah, it's pert and nutty, and this was the midway point. Oh, I think this was one of the ones that I'd asked for, and I think I missed the replay entirely. So, well done as we.
Well, this is a moment I was talking about,
Yes.
which was this really, really nice coverage of that Archer Queen there. You see the sequence that comes down. I think it's Ice Spirit first, then you thread the needle there with the giant skeleton. Yes, the Executioner ends up dealing with it, but then you see, look at all that poison value and that giant skeleton bomb. Just beautiful, beautiful placements leading to even more damage for Mini.
And a little inside help from some of our friends in the pro scene. Boom Clown's one trick deck is Motorcycle Rocket.
Wow.
So there you go.
Okay, Motorcycle Rocket, the Knight, Archers, NATO, Skelly's version, I think maybe is what he's talking about. I know the deck, and I'm sure it's better after the Knight buff, but a little surprising we haven't seen him run it once today, if he is a one-trick in that.
Well, we're seeing obviously maybe going against the one tricking so doesn't get counter-sniped and or get sniped on top of that. And then, you know, Motorcycle Rocket, there's a couple of things. One, I mean, Rocket's a weird card in the meta, especially competitively right now. I think it's better on ladder than it is in most competitive matchups. There's so much stuff that just doesn't die to Rocket, right? But then also that Motorcycle Rocket deck, you eat so many things at once when you play it. So,
and it's a really hard deck. I mean, I at least for me, I remember. I mean, we were just talking about Mo a little bit ago. He had a video out of him playing it, the Dark Prince, NATO, and all that. And it's like even him, he was having to put together insane defenses. It might just not be that viable at the competitive level. I haven't seen it a ton. I mean, I'm trying to think of how many times we've even called Mortar Rocket cycle decks in our career together in 5 years.
Few.
Like
very
few.
Yeah.
So I guess that does make sense, even though that is a really, really high skill level deck for him to play, which is why it's translating through to great competition. But then you talk about Mini, and you know, I said it during the game, if you think you're better than someone, then you just control it. And that's exactly what we saw. He picks a big-time control deck, almost more so than any other of the popular minor control decks at the time with Mortar, because it is so heavy. Giant Skeleton makes it so much heavier. You have to really know when to play him, and Mini did a really good job. I loved that sequence with, and you guys, thank you for pulling it in the booth, where he had the Archer Queen down, then I think it was an Ice Spirit, and then he threaded the needle with that Giant Skelly. It was what we just saw. But what that did is, even though the Archer Queen still dies, it made his opponent spend more on an E-Wiz and an Executioner, and then he gets even more poison value. It's not about the mortars connecting. It's not about the Giant Skeletons getting on tower. It's about minor and poison, and that's exactly what Mini did.
And he did it very, very well. So now we go into our third and final match of this one, and I'm trying to get all the decks to update. You can see he's doing the same thing right now. So it was the RG Fish Boy with the Skeleton King in game number 1 for Mini. Clown taking the win there with the no champion variation of Royal Hogs. Again, Royal Hogs Fish. So this is actually interesting, right? Because more likely than not, there is no worries for Mini Minter about trying to play against RG in game number 3 because Fish Boy out. So suddenly, one of the most dangerous weapons out there, you can just go, no more of a problem. That makes your deck picking a whole lot easier.
Yeah, it is really surprising. I mean, it goes back to the conversation we were having while that game was going on. It's just, where does Fishman find its place in this, you know, set of 8 cards? And it really didn't feel like it could. I was going to say what Mini should do after playing such a great game number 2 would be, this is a good time for RG to come out, because he is in the confidence. He does know what he's doing, but he played it in game number 1 and he didn't play it well in game number 1. So now that he's got the confidence, now that we saw him completely control that game number 2, you know, we talked about how RG is all about being on top of your opponent's cycle, knowing their elixir, knowing how they like to defend, and Mini is very, very good at that. And again, if you think you're better than your opponent, you play those decks where you can just outplay them with whether it's minor poison control or something like RG, but instead, not available. So I am curious to see what Mini comes out with here.
Game number 3. Let's jump right on into it. And Mini Minter goes Barb Barrel for opening card. A lot available there.
I was going to say, for some reason, I feel like Ram Rider's going to come out, but I was going to say from Mini, not from Clown.
And Mini going Drill.
Yeah, Mini going right back to Drill. And E-Wiz plus Exy doing a really nice job cleaning things up. Lives on the line. Game number 2 goes to Mini. Game number 1 goes to Boomer. Big shout out to our sponsor, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, think Snapdragon.
So it was the Drill NATO, probably the same exact deck here, looking like it for Mini Minter. that his opponent played in game number 2.
And then the other deck should have MK, Lightning.
Playing a Lightning deck into this deck is going to be annoying for Clown, because you have two major targets that really just can absorb lightning shots between the Xe and the Dark Prince.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got to really look for the value on the Princess Tower +1 unit, I think, whether it's the E-Wiz, the Xe, or, of course, the Cannon Cart to get it off its wheels and not cross the bridge, becoming a threat. Oh, yeah, Lumberjack. That was the other card.
And there's a lot of imperfect counters for the drill.
Mm-hmm. That's a really good way to put it. It's one of those things where you basically always have to spend 2. Grandmother can do a pretty good job when placed perfectly. Oh, wow,
that was such a nice lightning, because he waited for the Dark Prince shield to be off, and then the Xe had taken us maybe a tiny bit. I don't think it took any damage, maybe. And just everything turned, Xe goes bye-bye, and just like that, now Mini Minter's playing defense as opposed to playing offense.
Yeah, down by 1,000, just like that. I love those lightning plays. They're some of my favorite plays still after doing this for half of a decade. You know, when we were very early in our careers, people talked to us. I can't remember exactly who it was. Maybe you'll remember, but they were talking about how lightning is such a fascinating card because it can create offense better than any other spell instantaneously. Can't remember who it was, but if you remember who you are, big shout out to you, whatever pro that was 5 years ago. But still to this day, now in 2022, I still love those lightnings, those heads-up lightnings.
I'm gonna guess it was backstab.
For some reason, that was what my guess was. Or pure Zun.
Very possible. And there you go, a lot of damage left aside. The raged up Ram Rider coming right behind that Lumberjack on the right-hand lane. And
ooh, that Bandit.
Oh, no.
That is just a beautiful sequence. Bandit done. Drill comes in late. Goodbye. See you later. Clown. 4-1 on the day, taking down Mini Minter and Pompeo.
And pitching a clean one here.
Yeah.
In that game as well. Not a single smidge of damage. It just shows that Mini Minter never had a chance to get on offense in this one.
Yeah, and here we go. This is the lightning we're talking about. Shield down, Princess, Xe, and of course that Dark Prince comes off. Rich, this is where I'm wondering though, if I knew lightning's in the deck, you know Mini knew it's in the deck, is there a better way to split up your troops in that moment to defend?
I don't know, sometimes you think that they're split up enough and you just missed it by half a tile.
Yeah.
And you're playing two thick boys, right? With the Dark Prince and Executioner. Both of them love their sandwiches. So trying to create the room with those two and still get your defense done can be hard.
That's fair, and that was a really nice Bandit. I mean, still, also, if I'm talking about some of my favorite interactions in the game, a heads-up Bandit when you know your opponent has no elixir and you just see it go dashing right on through. The late drill comes down from Mini. Just beautiful plays here from Boom Clown.
And a great way to do it in game number 3, too, to just to grit it out. And now Boom Clown into our semifinals. And I don't know if we can bring the prize pool up here, just for some context of what these people have earned, because as we get into that top 4, your money does start to take a little bit of a jump. And thank you so much in the booth for giving us this graphic, because everyone already earned $500 so far.
Yep.
But now we're in the doubling phase. Every match you win doubles your money. So just now, that player, Boom Clown, now went from 500 to 1,000, has an easy shot at hitting 2 in the minimum, and the rest of these are all the same thing. Can you double that money from 5 to 1K?
Yeah, and you know, I love to see a guy, again, who is surely making a name for himself, taking down some of the biggest out there. Glitter, you having fun?
I think my favorite part so far is the fact that you guys have now completely just mashed up and made an entirely new name and decided that it is Boom Clown.
Yep.
Not Boomer, not Clown. Boom Clown.
It could be Clowner, but Boom Clown's more fun.
Yeah, I hope he just changes his name to Boom Clown because of this. It's just a better name.
Yeah, no, it's phenomenal.
We love you, Boom Clown.
Mwah.
Well, the newly named Boom Clown does make their way through, like you guys were just saying, to the semifinals. We'll be going up against Bruzani, see if they can continue to double their money. And then on the lower half of the bracket, that's where we are headed now for this next matchup between Rimapon and Diego to see what's going to happen down here, because I think the bottom half of this bracket was a little bit all over the place with some of those upsets.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good way to put it. When you look at the 4 players remaining in the bottom of the bracket, it's a little bit surprising, but when you look back at Rimapon, you think about what he's done here in this competition specifically, it's honestly where he's seen the most success in his career. In 2021, he did show up in a bunch of our CRL rounds, but nothing higher than 32nd place, right? It was when he played in Season 1, Split 1 of this year, you know, what was it, like 6 months ago, where he was able to finish in that 8th place spot. And Diego, of course, on the other side of it, is we're seeing this matchup between these two guys in the, in the past. He's our champion from the last split out, and I'm excited because we haven't seen either of them compete yet today.
And, Diego, you talk about thinking this, the number one thing for him is being the champion from the previous split of the Snapdragon Pro Series. But he's a guy who's been pushing into competitive overall. Made the top 48 in the 2022 Clash Royale qualifier. Made it to the top 32 in one of our monthly qualifiers last year, right? So this is a guy who's continuing to just take little steps forward. And as we've seen with so many players, like some of the guys we're seeing here today, Sweep being a great example, Arden being a great example, it starts with little steps and you start gaining that confidence. That's what can snowball into a real career.
100%. So now we're going to see which one of these guys is going to be able to take this set.
Listen, I know we've been doing some of these, and I've got another quote that I want to show you guys, this time from Diego, about the way that he likes to live his life, okay?
Wow.
Rich, I want you to scream this one.
I just want to sing "Take It to the Limit."
Yeah, I know. That's what it feels
Do we
like.
have to pay 20 cents for me to have sung that because it was so perfectly mimicked the actual recording?
The real question is, will he be able to take this match to the limit, okay? If that is the lifestyle, can he bring that to the gameplay? That's what I want to know.
I just want to know what he does in his free time. It sounds like he's an awesome dude to hang out with.
I was like, do you play Clash Royale exclusively on hang gliders? Like, what do you do?
Ooh. How was that? How did you even come up with that? Just aerial Clash Royale?
What are terribly dangerous places? Do you like free climb with that guy from the documentaries and hang from the cliff with one chalky hand and play with the other one and then just so you know what I mean?
I don't. I'm too scared of heights to do that.
It's extreme Clash Royale.
Clash with Sharks is what he plays.
Underwater Clash.
Oh, so Diego going to look to take life to the limit here in this set against Rimmapon. Let's see what happens. Break this down.
I just don't understand. It's such a fascinating thing for a person.
That's their answer.
Well, like in the context of being a mobile gamer.
Yeah.
Which you and I both love mobile games.
100%.
But I've never I guess hey, you have the Red Bull MEO, right? You have Monster Energy as a sponsor today. Energy drinks and so push it to the limit goes with mobile gaming, I guess.
Minnie likes to stay up for days on end.
Yeah,
so.
What is happening with these players?
I know.
Let's reset here.
Yep, this is some serious stuff. Royal Giants in both directions.
We're talking about the experience of Diego, obviously the Snapdragon Pro Series, but I was talking about how it starts somewhere. And for Diego, competitive experience started in 2019 with Liga Mexicana with Urban Esports, which some of the players we're seeing here are playing at the highest level with Urban right now in some of our bigger competitions. So again, this is a guy who you start at some point, and for some people the journey is fairly quick, but really most of the pros that you've seen who are in this era of professional play have been playing for 4, 5, 6 years.
Yeah, they've been putting in the work. I mean, there's very few players out there in the world that just play for a couple years and they find themselves on the top of the game. And, Mini Minter is a guy that's gone back and forth for a very long time. He's a guy that I was friends with years ago as he was on his way up, and now look at where he is now. That's what Rimmapon and Diego kind of want to replicate in their careers.
Well, if you like Royal Giant, I have an event for you.
I was just going to say, have I got the show for you, my friend? And again, it's no surprise. Just to remind you guys at home, if you're just joining us now, obviously you haven't seen much Phoenix or Monk. They're not available in this competition, which is why we are seeing so much of what was incredibly popular at the end of last meta. A ton of Mortar Control, a ton of Royal Giant, a good amount of Royal Hogs, and of course Hog Rider.
And little E-Spirit gets pretty deep into the mix as the RG gets lane switched here for nada.
Yeah.
Nicely played there, Diego.
Really nice coast-to-coast pull, and Diego's had a couple really great sends already. That first Royal Giant push after the Fish Boy got blocked, as you can see, down to 1226 already with that. Rimmapon on the other side of it, just having trouble creating any sort of offense. I love Diego's tombstone play. It's such a weird comment to make, but he's had it all over the board, up high, down in the center, but this time around, not working out great.
And that's a lot of Royal Giant shots, and just like that, Rimmapon back in the mix. But as you always say, it's not who lands the first punch, it's who lands the last, and that's a lightning, that's a deep penetrating Royal Giant,
That's
and one more shot.
Shots in!
Gets it done as we hit the buzzer. Diego 94 with a big game 1 win.
And you know, even though that game got really, really close there at the end, that's still 930 damage. That's still a few Royal Giant shots coming in or a lot of things going wrong for Diego. This is what I'm talking about early. Great pull on the Fisherman here to get that Giant Skeleton away from the Skeleton King. Then we get the perfectly timed ability to protect the Royal Giant. Now, finally, with the E-Spirit in the log, does the Skeleton King get pulled, not the Royal Giant. And then you see, because of the result of that, tower all the way down to 18-14.
And look at the just distractibility of that Fisherman. That Fisherman was like, do I want to go away? No. I think I will? No. And pulled that Royal Giant across. So that was some interesting targeting there by the Fish Boy.
And I love the decision making here. Also, he's down to 1 elixir, which means he decided to go with the lightning that you guys just saw. Maybe a lesser player goes, oh, I need to get my Skeleton King ability off in time. Then Owl Lightning, but instead clears the path, gets the Hunter off of the board. Nice take there in game number 1. These are the stats from the last matchup that we were just looking at between Clown and Mini Minter. What we just saw here was more of a Royal Giant mirror match, and Diego was just the one who outplayed his opponent. When you come to those Royal Giant mirror matches or somewhat similar mirror matches, it's all about where those lightnings come in to create space and, of course, what you do with that Fisherman.
And as a quick note on Boom Clown, since his name is on the screen, that's some of you might know him better as Kick-Ash.
Oh,
so,
yeah. I saw that on his profile, but I still don't know him well. I still don't know that name.
That's a name that I've heard more than Clown or Boomer or Boom Clown.
But not as much as Boom Clown by the
so
end of
much,
this broadcast.
Seriously.
We will change it for you,
Please do.
my friend. We will be seeing more of Boom Clown in just a little bit. But as of right now, Diego94, champion of the last split, coming out here, doing a good job against Rimbapon. And I don't really have a whole lot to say that I haven't said already about that gameplay, other than Diego just felt like he played better. Like, better decision-making with the Fisherman, better use of the Skeleton King ability, and, of course, that really nice lightning at the end.
Yeah, truly so. Now, on the flip side of it, he did play one of his champions. Skeleton King is out. Rimbapon did not play any champions. Also, Lightning is out. So you start talking about the mathematics of your dual picking. Archer Queen now has a pretty clear path to getting in the mix, and maybe it'll be easier now for Diego to snipe the opposite direction.
Yeah, and when you talk about that, or you look at these cards here that you're just that have just been played, the fact that RG and Lightning are out, this is one of those situations where if you're good with Mortar, go to Mortar, right? Get to that Mortar control, get those poisons in to control the board, get that AQ out. She's not going to get Lightning off the board. I think this is a really, really good time for Rimbapon to go minor Mortar control with Poison and Archer Queen. Figure out the other cards you want, whether you want Giant Skeleton, whether you want Guards, whatever version, but that is where I think he should go.
What is a time would you say it's not good to go minor Mortar control?
I mean, honestly, if this was a different start of this set, and Royal Giant and Lightning were both out, and Skeleton King, if all 3 of those weren't out, then I would not say it's a good time. But it is always a good time to play Mortar. It's always a good time.
It's always 6 o'clock somewhere.
There's always one version of Mortar that is viable, 100%.
Yeah, and that's and again, we're talking about the some of the action we've seen today of the younger players showing up. And one of the things about Mortar that's absolutely true is that it is one of the best decks to, as a newer player, a younger player. So many of the greats started out as Mortar minor players.
Yeah, and
I mean, it's a crazy list.
And it's because there's so much that you have to learn, that it teaches you about playing bait, teaches you about playing control, teaches you about where you should place your minors. You know, there's a lot, and also about like the macro of the game. When should my Mortar be played offensively? When should it be played defensively? That's still a thing that I struggle with. But yeah, I you know, if you guys want to come to my TED Talk on Mortars, it's happening next week.
You can watch it on YouTube later. Lumbreezy out for Rimbapon.
Yeah, so could be. I was gonna say there's so many things that it could be right now, but we see the Inferno come out right behind it, probably going to the skies here.
And the MK, so Ram Rider.
Or yeah, Ram Rider.
And we have seen some Ram spam Lumberjack earlier today.
And Diego might be going with that version. No, he goes with Hog EQ instead. So MK out of cycle, Lumberjack out of cycle. Good time to get a Fire Spirit splash in, but no Hog hit. Nicely timed Snowball plus Bandit.
And so Diego may be going, hey, Fisherman is out. Maybe he won't use NATO this game, but runs into what is still going to be pretty rough with the MK and Snowball and Ram Rider, especially if Diego can't get enough damage in before double, which at this point looks like he won't be able to.
And just a small misplay there from Diego. He spends Skellies plus Log to clean up that Bandit. He could have just played Skellies down low and then decided to set up some defense on the right-hand side. Not the end of the world. Gets a little bit of chip damage, but just an interesting mistake at this level.
AQ left-hand lane, happy to cycle it behind towers now that he knows Lightning. Or I guess he already knew Lightning was not in the mix, so Lightning out, Rimapon goes AQ. Smart call.
Couldn't he still be playing Lightning? Rimapon?
No, I'm talking about like Rimapon's playing AQ because Diego's Lightning.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. Yeah. So now a much more opportune time to cycle an MK in the back than we maybe saw earlier today.
Yes, exactly. Especially when you're not against Royal Hogs.
Yeah, and you know the Hog Rider's not in. Yeah.
Well, he has a luxury too, Rimapon, of unlike in that Pigs matchup where the MK was the only response for the Royal Hogs, it was had any real value. In this case, Snowball, Ram Rider, like...
Yeah, the Ram Rider, honestly, is like one of the best, period. And Ram Rider played in the opposite lane to kite this giant skeleton and will get away from it too quickly. So now more elixir needs to be spent. High Bandit to turn it around, making it a little too close for comfort from my book, but Rimapon does lock down that defense.
Still no damage at all on Diego's side of the board. 30-52 in both lanes. Holding on to this 500 HP lead as we go into sudden death overtime is our former Snapdragon champion.
Yeah, and just another really small mistake there with the skeletons. Doesn't really matter, but still it's just one of those things Diego needs to clean up at the highest level. Just save that elixir. Those skeletons can be really, really important. Right there, you're seeing, using them to take up that jump damage.
And you know, for a second there, it looked a little bit dangerous, but after the Skellies to the outside put the Mega Knight in the path of jumping to tower, Diego picks up, but Bandit dash connects, and that's a pretty big connection here.
Just play the skeletons down low. Just play them 2 tiles to the right of your tower and get both, like, get a little bit of help, so at least it won't dash in. And even if the second tower's not shooting on it, like I said, it won't dash.
Giant skeleton to block here for the Archer Queen, and will also do a nice job against this Inferno Dragon, but big push on the right-hand side about to start up here from Rimapon. Lumberjack, Bandit, Ram Rider not raged on the front end, will rage on the back end, but a body block by the Giant Skeleton shuts that one down as we go into triple.
Really nice, really fortunate body block there from the Giant Skelly. And now we see a dangerous situation. Hog Rider trying to kite a Lumberjack and MK away. And this is a lot of red on the wrong side of the board. Hog Rider stopped, Ram Rider coming straight on through. Doesn't get the dash, but will get the damage. And an aggressive AQ at the bridge to keep this cycle off kilter for Diego.
And look at the damage that came in on the left-hand lane. Just like that, Rimapon with 30 seconds left takes a commanding lead, and now Diego goes from a control situation to a must damage, and he does hit 2 hog shots, 1041 to 1277.
Bomb tower comes down, needs to play some clean defense here. Again, that was actually pretty dang nice there on the left-hand side. Cleans up the Lumberjack, cleans up the Bandit. Log plus EQ comes in, and Diego, in a back-and-forth bout, will make this a quick 2-0 set.
And what spell was it that Rimapon maybe must have had lightning? And
I still think it was lightning. I feel like
it
it had to have been. Yeah, I guess maybe he didn't know where to get it in. Like maybe he never had the correct amount of elixir in the moment that it was opportune to play.
Yeah, I want to go back and probably watch this whole thing again at some point. Just wondering, like, was AQ never cycled behind? Was there never AQ plus Lightning Tower opportunity at the right time?
I mean, Diego did do a really good job of having his Archer Queen always kind of off in the other lane. I saw it numerous times where the action was happening on one side and the AQ was on the other. Really, the only mistakes that Diego made in that game were just skeletons, and this is another mistake right there, right? Play them 1 tile lower, Bandit walks to the bomb tower. That happened numerous times throughout this game, and it didn't end up really mattering a lot, but it did make it closer than it needed to be. And I think it made him just waste elixir a few times that made him just a little behind on the defenses that could have been a lot cleaner.
And here comes the turning point where that log just isn't enough against a raged up Ram Rider.
Yeah.
The Ram Rider sticks that Giant Skeleton far enough away and just sits there and does a huge amount of damage.
The threading of the needle on this final Hog Rider that he gets in is just absolutely exquisite. We're not seeing it here on the replay, which is fine. That's the result of the damage that we're at, but the EQ cycle does come in. There's a Hog to kite things away, also really, really nice. But that was just, I don't want to say a clinic, because there was parts that I think could have got cleaned up pretty well throughout, but really nice for Diego.
And there you go, it's poison. It's poison.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's why you're not seeing the lightning taken off the Archer Queen. Really? Yeah. I mean, this deck plays poison a lot.
Yeah, well, I guess more so when I say really poison, I'm like, there wasn't ever a moment that you could have poisoned the bomb tower and near it looking for skeletons, right? Because that's one thing I think when you're poisoning and you know that they're always playing skellies to block your bandit, and especially when you're going same lane as your Ram Rider, if you just get that poison down, you just make the defense harder. I'm not saying you're going to get a connection, but at least your opponent can't just go bomb tower, skellies, all of it's taken care of.
I wonder if against Hog, he felt like a poison which is purely offensive, no matter when you're like you're not going to play poison at the bridge for a bridge fight really in this matchup, and so a purely offensive poison. If I wonder if he was like every time I play that 4 elixir on the other side of the board, that I'm risking a big opening for the counterplay with the Hog Rider. So maybe, who knows? That's the one you have to watch back. And Glitter, I'm sure that tonight you're going to have your iPad, your notes out, and just go piece by piece through that and give us some big notes on how that one broke down.
Honestly, you guys have been doing some really phenomenal deep dive analysis on a lot of the possible whys or why nots of what has or has not been happening in these matches. It's probably one of my favorite breakdowns we've had so far the entire year is today. What you guys have been really doing. So I just want to let you know that.
You know, you work hard and you want some recognition.
Finally get some credit for it.
It feels so good. I'm fine.
You know, okay, that's enjoyable though. And that also puts us at now 3 out of our 4 quarterfinals matches done. So we only have one more around the corner. We're really flying through these. I did not necessarily anticipate a 2-0 there coming out of Diego in our quarterfinals, but Diego does make their way through to our semis, which means our last matchup of the day is going to be between Gabo and Victor to determine who will be fighting Diego in those semis. This will be a good way to close it out. Yeah, I mean, this is another one of those conversations where we're going with 2 guys that we don't know very well, but we did see Victor play some really, really great Clash Royale against Sweep earlier on today. Gabo is God, though, also 2-0. He's got a 35 ladder finish, another 8.6K player, so you know he's incredibly talented. We didn't see him a lot in CRL, but we did see him a couple times back in 2021. In round 4, he got that 56th spot, and in round 7, he got the 32nd. So he's been around, he's been trying to break on through, but just hasn't quite been able to take it to that next level. But you talk about an 8.6K PB, and of course a 35th, you know, being in that top 50 on ladder. He's definitely a force to be reckoned with, but can he take down the guy that we saw play really, really nicely earlier today?
And play some really interesting choices earlier today, right? We talked about Sweep being the one who makes sort of the out there deck choices. Yeah. And I mean, out there is kind of a weird way to say it maybe, but Victor had a great game with Golem in game number 1. Then to the Mortar Miner control in game number 2.
But it had Cannon Cart in it. But it had Cannon Cart, Valkyrie, and AQ, and Guard, so it was a lot heavier at 3.8 than what we're normally talking about. So that really does lend to your point very, very well.
Yeah, it's really fascinating stuff out of Victor. And against a guy whose Sweep has always kind of been a one of those haymaker type players, right? And we saw him go for a haymaker and miss the chin and turn things around. So curious if Victor can keep that going here against Gabo as God.
It's going to be a nice way to close out the quarterfinals, like I was saying before. I think that we probably are not the best at predicting the outcomes at this point in these games because the players came to play today. And like you said, not as much information on these final 2 quarterfinalists in comparison to some of the other names that we've seen knocked out very, very early. So I think that what we're seeing are some reputations being made. Last quarterfinals match is ready to go.
You know what? I'm going to call a draw.
Oh,
that's my prediction here.
Wow.
Yeah, hard draw, and we just end up putting no one goes through to the semifinals on that side of the board.
Riveting for the viewers at home.
Yeah.
You know what? Interestingly, Gabo played that same Golem deck that Victor did in game number 1. Really fascinating in his set against Snail, who we did not get the fortunes of seeing today. Hopefully we'll see him maybe on Split 2.
And you love having a fireball when a Mother Witch exists?
Yes, you do. Still one of my least favorite cards to play against in the game, but one of my favorite cards invented.
Mother Witch.
Yeah, I hate her, but I love her.
I know how you feel. Same thing with Imagine Dragons.
Oh, man. That almost went everywhere. That would have been atrocious. Would have not been invited back.
Whew. And looking like Royal Gigante for Victor.
And Royal Gigante for Gabo is God. There was this really popular Fireball version, yep, at the end of last season that we saw with Goblin Gang after Goblin Gang got its buff.
Could be pigs, but is Royal Giant. But could be pigs. The Zappies are interesting.
Yeah, this deck was really frustrating to play against.
And no prediction on the log, doesn't matter though.
Yeah.
The DPS wasn't quite fast enough. RG will get a couple of shots in, 1866. The score on the right-hand side.
And I like that it was the late log just in case Zappies came out. Now, I know Zappies, I think, were just back around because Mother Witch was played, but I like the late log because had it been Zappies, that would have been a rough prediction.
Skeleton King for Skeleton King. What is the Skeleton King, right? Is he like the skeleton of one of the former kings of Clash Royale?
Or is he the king of all skeletons?
I know.
I think it's the latter. But I don't know. He walks like the giant skeleton. Sounds very similar.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. I don't know the lore of the Skeleton King.
We need
Rick, get on it.
Yeah.
RG1,
I mean,
2.
just so much damage coming in, and Gabo just like not doing anything defensively the way that it needs to be. I mean, yes, the Fisherman's off in no man's land. That's, I think, the biggest part of it. And then he gave Fireball value to the Mother Witch and the Zappies, which is just, it's all bad. But an insane amount of damage came in for Victor there.
And, you know, you kind of look at that RG, this RG push, or RG pull to the inside. Some people get confused about it. It does temporarily stun the RG while the pull's happening.
Yeah.
And also brings in the damage in the opposite lane tower.
Exactly,
So.
and I think that's the most important part of it, that people might be watching at home going, what is happening and why does that keep happening? Well, there you go. Even if the Hunter is not there, that extra Princess Tower is. And Gabo didn't... No, he got one Royal Giant down, I think, there at the end. I think that's all.
There was the
all
one.
we got.
There was the one. We'll see the stats in a moment, but here we go with some of the gameplay action. Fireball up high for Gabo is God, but what are you winning in that Fireball exchange?
Yeah, and you see right here the Fireball value from Victor. Perfect. Princess Tower, Mother Witch, one of the Zappies, pathway cleared for this Royal Giant to just put in work on that right-hand tower.
And that back Zappy just distracted enough to let the Royal Giant get through the stun lock. And then here we go, the final blow. Victor taking game number 1. And yes, classified in the YouTube chat, I did predict the draw. And I'm going to stand by it.
There's still more games to be played, classified. You never know where this set is going to go.
Yeah.
Gabo is God. One Royal Giant comes out not doing a good job with his defenses. Really, that's it. I mean, you can't give Fireball value in the sense of Mother Witch, a Zappy, and your Princess Tower all being in the same spot. But also, you need to get more work out of your Fishermen, more work out of your higher DPS units like the Goblin Gang up close to the right. You know, Zappy's in the center. Whatever it is that you need to do, there needed to be more stun, more DPS. It was just kind of a lackadaisical defense out of Gabo.
I'm thinking about this, right? And I'm thinking about how the meta has shifted a bit from being very dual lane to very win the bridge fight lately.
Interesting.
Right? Like, it's a lot less, Hog's less popular right now. Royal Hogs are popular in a little bit, but it's not as much switching back and forth. It's really like win the bridge fight, push on through. So a deck that has a Fireball or Big Spell bait deck, like this one that has Zappies, that has Mother Witch, the tendency to put too much spell value on place is increased by that style of gameplay.
Yeah, and also because you want the counter push, right?
Yep.
If you're playing Royal Giant, you do want all those units in the same place to get that counter push in, but that for Gabo just made it way too easy for Victor to pick apart his defense, and I think maybe it just needed to be a little bit more, just more defensive play, smarter defensive play by Gabo, and then worry about offense, which I think is what he was trying to do. He just never got on offense.
Looking like Drill for Gabo and Mortar Miner for Victor.
Oh, wow.
The Inferno Tower, what a shift in this one. And no, it's going to be Golem for Gabo, I believe.
Yeah, maybe Golem against Control?
The Inferno Tower is fascinating. The Eye of Sauron, if you will.
I understand that reference.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a popular movie franchise. Made millions of dollars. Maybe billions. I'm not entirely sure. Also a book. I don't know if you've heard of books, but...
Nope.
Cannon cart will go off the wheels. pretty early.
Oh, man. I love my job.
Yeah, me too. Valk takes care of business low, 27.35 to 29.94 from the bottom left to the top hand right of your screen. As we pass halfway through our opening 3 minutes, Gabo trying to recapture the lead here and stay in the match, but
yeah, I'm pretty sure this is just straight up control. Last card's probably going to be Poison, which is interesting because he's still going in the same lane as where the Golem is most likely going to come down in, as opposed to trying to go like Miner Guards opposite lane. It's just going to be really interesting to see how this shakes down. The Inferno Tower does make things very, very interesting for Victor, to where going in the same lane does actually become a little bit less scary.
yeah, he doesn't have the, I'm assuming there's no bats in this one, right?
No.
He doesn't have the quick 5 elixir push to punish opposite lane of a Golem, and Gabo has waited until double to play it, which of course his chances of winning go exponentially higher as we get into double and then triple.
Yeah, I mean, really, really great, you know, exercise of patience there by Gabo, just not getting too ahead of himself in single, knowing that he's only got 1 life to give. And I like this play here, you know, guards up high to deal with the Cannon Cart, Ice Spirit to make sure that 2 of the guards stay alive. And, yeah, still gets the death damage, but not the end of the world.
I think
Valkyrie
that
gets the swing. That's actually huge.
I think that NATO was a bad call. That NATO was to keep the Valkyrie off tower, but what you're going to do is you end up giving that Miner a good chance to go to the back the opposite direction, and then of course you create this situation right here where now Victor can stop you from playing the offense that you want in the right-hand lane.
Yeah, I really like that Victor has kind of like, you know, in Clash Royale, there's beautiful snowball.
Wow.
AQ on the tower, gets a couple shots in, and now Gabo finds himself in a really difficult spot of when he can ever get a Golem down. Now we see a Miner go in. Cannon Cart, though, is on top of that Miner, and this is actually a really nice counter push coming in from Gabo as God.
Guards high, they do get the Cannon Cart off its wheels, and Golden Knight held. Wonderful sequence on both sides of the board from Victor.
Another dash? No, not in time.
No, he should have this now. And now Gabo is being forced to play into this lane.
Yep. I like that. You know, force out the lightning, then Miner gets to get on top of tower. Smart plays there. Don't go for big hits, go for little chips.
And of course, now your Inferno Tower is free to stop Golems, but doesn't pull, though.
This is a nightmare for me, but still, it's an Inferno Tower, so it ends up not being the biggest issue in the world.
And now this is what Victor just stacks the defense. He might put one more Miner on tower, but he probably would have sit here and try to create a traffic jam. Nope, goes to the back.
He goes Miner to the back, just maybe to bait out any sort of spell, any NATO, anything there, but no. Gabo, he does end up getting the barrel out of it. That's a win, man. I think if Gabo spends any... Oh boy. Golden Knight is there.
Oh boy.
Valkyrie's too far away. Again, Snowball, a lifesaver here for Victor. Going back in with the Miner to the, you know, the spot that people usually go to at the end of the game. Now just needs to get poisoned down.
Can you beat out the Cannon Cart?
The NATO!
Oh boy. Cannon Cart goes down, lightning in.
Oh my
Miner on the tower, 30 seconds left. The Miner does get in. The poison does get in. Man.
Gabo, yeah, that was really great stuff at the end. Way, way closer than Victor should have let it get, but still ends up taking the victory. Miner poison at the end, but that last sequence was fun.
Yeah, I mean, Gabo made a play for it, and Victor played with fire, too. Like, I was curious about, and see, again, I think that that's 50-50 on that NATO. You don't have anything to pick up the Miner on the back end.
But that right there, that snowball push.
Take that back. Yeah, let's see that one again, slow motion, too.
Because hold on, let's pause really quickly here, because right now it's like, what is his response? What can he do? And really, it's just going to be that Golden Knight. It's such a great play. Go ahead and hit that play button and see this beautiful prediction.
And look, the snowball's out so early.
It's so early. It's one of those things where Gabo actually could have had time to respond and not place it, but your brain has already made up its mind on what's happening to defend. Beautiful snowball in, and honestly, that's the game-winning moment right there.
That snowball is so far in the future, Donnie Darko murdered it. All right.
It's a sweet reference for people our age.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm supposed to be doing these references for the booth now. As the lightning, and that lightning to get that. This is where things got interesting. This NATO gets everything together, and that Golden Knight dash gets on in.
But again, you talk about the spell game, that snowball. You hear pros talk about how great the snowball is and how underutilized it is, especially in duel mode. And we saw snowball save the day twice here, because not only does it save the tower right in this moment, and a missed snowball there, but it also created the space earlier, which gave Victor the win.
Oh, what a fun end of game that was. And Victor able to hold on. Gabo was just trying to find some way to do it, and you almost wonder if in that triple elixir period, if switching to the NATO Golden Knight Lightning cycle versus the Golem play at the bridge there might have been the move.
Yeah, it's really interesting because when you start to mix that into the conversation, then your Lightning becomes a lot more powerful on the Princess Tower and, of course, on top of that AQ. And also what's been working or what you've been doing hasn't really been working, although had that snowball not pushed the Golden Knight away, that would have been a win for the other player.
True. Absolutely true.
I don't know. Great stuff going on here, Glitter.
Very, very close matchups yet again. I mean, we said it was going to be a little bit crazy. It's exactly what it was. Phenomenal performance, of course, from Victor there, making their way on through to our semifinals as the last semi-finalist to qualify on our bracket as we take a look back here and see what happened so far. Of course, on the top end of our bracket, we've got Bruzani and Boomer for our first semi-finals matchup, and then down there at the bottom, we ended up with Diego and Victor. But that's it for our quarterfinals, which means it is time for yet another short break. But of course, don't go anywhere because our semi-final matchups when we return.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Our quarterfinals are done and dusted. It's time for us to look forward to our semi-finals matchups. We've had a very exciting day of Clash Royale action so far. And as you can see here on the bracket, our first semi-finals matchup of the day is going to be Bruzzani versus Boomer, aka Clown, aka Boom Clown, depending on if you're talking to our casters chat or the player themselves. Hi, hello, yes.
Hello.
I'm your host, Glitter Explosion. This is Rich. This is Andrew. They've been crushing it here all day, and it's time to dive into our semi-finals matches.
Yeah.
I'm excited to start talking about this.
You know, we talk about Bruzzani's his attitude and his almost Conor McGregor-like predictions.
Yeah.
You know, new quote I have from him here saying that Boom Clan will be an easy semi-finals victory. So
This just in,
Keeps
getting
it
it from
going.
our producer. Yeah, and also you look at his run in this competition, 7-0 in his sets, and also the top of the bracket, Rich, as you intimated at the start of the day, really, really stacked. You had Cheesecake,
Yep.
you had Ventus, you had Boss, you got Brew. You know, you see right now it's Boom Clown and Bruzzani who have made it through that absolute gauntlet of those top 8 players. And those are the two that stand, both, you know, doing it with style, doing it with grace, and of course Brew doing it with a little bit of trash talk along the way. But like we said, he was able to back it up. Part of it maybe was this clone
Oh,
deck
boy.
when Poison was available. Maybe not the best analysis from Boss, but still, you got to be able to put it together, and that's what Brew's done today.
did it very, very well. On the side of it, kind of the exciting, who knew it was coming?
Yeah.
And some of you who are deep in the scene might know him better as Kick-Ash.
Yep.
Who's been around for quite a while, but now he's Boomer Clown, Boom Clown of the Boomtown, coming out with the big boom the whole way through. How many times can I make that sing?
I mean, not enough. We need more of
Yeah.
it. Royal Giant, MK Bandit with Ram Rider, Royal Hogs. He's been playing kind of all over the board, but it's not about what he's been playing, it's about how he's been playing it. And this is the only game of the day, I believe, that he lost. This is definitely the only game that he lost against Mini, was that Minor Poison control game that Mini was actually able to take in their set of 3. But otherwise, Boom Clown has been on fire. And just like his name, he has been playing very, very well.
Yeah, you see this very, very close finish and able to control both sides for Mini Minter early on, but it was Boom Clown coming out on top. And he's coming out on top against really difficult competition.
Yeah, I mean, Mini and Pompeo is what he's worked through today. He went 2-0 against Pompeo, 2-1 against Mini Minter, and now here he is against Brew, one of the best players in NA.
It's going to be a very, very spicy semifinals, to be sure. But of course, new portion of the bracket means a new prediction from you all in chat. So let us know in that poll down below in Twitch chat who you think is going to be taking our first semifinals matchup of the day. Will it be Bruzzani or will it be Boomer? It's going to be just as exciting as everything else already has been for today. So I'm excited to get into all of the action. I'm just going to pass it right on off.
Let's jump right into it. Bruzzani up against Boom Clown. I can't say that enough.
No,
Yeah.
and it will be his name. And no matter what he changes his name to, Kick-Ash,
Kick-Ash.
Boomer, Clown, he's Boom Clown from now on. So Brew going to a page in Boom Clown's book. He goes Ram Rider here in game number 1. And Clown going with Magic Archer opposite lane. Not really doing too much work here.
Ram is a really interesting game 1 call and a nice little log NATO combination for the King Tower activation there by Clown. Man, that's just because the Ram Rider decks that are popular right now, all of them seem like they perform much better when you know when there are certain cards out of the meta.
Yeah.
Right? Like, who's playing Ram Rider decks just to push ladder right now? Is anybody doing that?
Very few people, you know, like it's one of those things that we started to see a little bit more of MK Ram at the end of this meta that we're kind of living in. You know, this is a previous meta, not the current one that we're at. But still, it's still like a very low use and win percentage in general.
And this is a very quick cycle variation of drill here.
Yeah. I know, I was trying to figure out exactly what we were seeing with the Skellies, the Fire Spirit, and the way that he was playing Magic Archer, and just trying to get that back down. But yeah, it's going to be a really, really quick cycle drill, which this could get difficult in dealing with MKs in one lane and Bandits in the other, like Bandits or Royal Ghosts in the other.
Well, the other question here is Boom Clown running a building? with this, or is he running? It feels like there's not another troop here. So it feels like it's either building or triple spell. And I'm curious as to which one it ends up being.
Both feel weird, but yeah, building maybe.
Cannon is like a popular choice previously in a deck like this.
And nice lineup here. Should get 2 shots in from the Magic Archer. But now having to deal with a lot. Not a building.
Yeah.
And moderate cleanup? Nah, no, I'm going to say that did not go well for Boom Clown.
Why? Is he supposed to stop the damage?
Yeah. Like, I liked what he was doing for a second. It looked like he had units where they needed to be, but you know, you're trying to do a lot with a little. And
okay, never mind. So it is a building. It's just a big honking one.
Which again, this is a tough draw. You've got E-Spirit in there. You've also got, of course, Lightning. I'm assuming is one of those last 2 cards. MK probably the other one.
Plus, it's been too low to play the Inferno earlier.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely overextended himself with that Magic Archer up high. It's one of those things that you can't really pull that Magic Archer in that moment when you don't have enough to defend on the back end.
I mean, that has to be GG. You can get back to the Inferno, but the expenditure you just put.
And Lightning should be back or should be ready to go. No, decides not to pull it. But MK, yeah, see, this is what I was saying. How are you going to control the MK late game? Because you only have the Golden Knight. Everything else is pretty much just cannon fodder. And that's just too much on the board. There's an easy game #1 win. I am curious to see if it is Lightning, but I do love that he didn't use it in that moment. He decided to just get more troops on the board.
That NATO was so weird, because what are you trying to accomplish with that NATO, right?
Anything. I think he was just like, I need something to work out, and none of it did. There's the high Magic Archer we're talking about, overly aggressive, only 5 elixir in the tank to defend, and you have a Bandit plus Ram in one lane and a Royal Ghost in the other, and then you're just using 1 elixir troops to try to perfectly defend. It's just not going to work.
Yeah, I mean, this was just, like, the thing about a quick cycle deck is because everything is so cheap, it's so easy to overspend.
I was just going to say, okay, so when we were in Finland, you remember the few days leading up to the competition, every single pro was playing Magic Archer, Wall Breakers, Skellies, Miner, and we were like, why? Like, they're all playing this deck, and they were saying because when you're getting ready for competition, you want to play the fastest cycle decks because it makes your interactions better. It makes you lock down your micro interactions better. But then when we actually got to World Finals in the competition, no one played that deck. You know why? Because when you're playing against the best players in the world, your 1 elixir Skellies and 1 elixir Fire Spirits aren't going to be perfectly placed for 5 minutes. They are going to evolve the way that they attack. They're going to look for things like that. They're going to pay a Bandit up high at the bridge, but 2 tiles back. So your Fire Spirit right at the river is going to cause it to dash. Like, just small things like that. It becomes so difficult to do that at the highest level. But I did find it fascinating. Every single pro on my friends list that was at World Finals, they were all playing that same quick cycle Spear Goblins, Bats, Miner, Wall Breakers deck, and that was the reason why.
Well, we'll see what Boom Clown does. Broom Clown. It's a different kind of clown. What Boom Clown does here in game #2, Zap Bats. Maybe a Miner deck here.
I'll be devastated if Boom Clown doesn't like his new name.
It feels like he won't. I get the feeling that he's going to be thoroughly against it, in fact.
Well, wouldn't be the first time a pro sent me a DM on Twitter.
Why? What did you do? 2 get away, and this is nice little quick. Miner Bats, we don't see a lot of Miner Bats decks anymore. Although Miner Bats Prince, I went through a...
Whoa!
Okay. Hello.
For some reason, the way that rocket came out, it looked like it was going to the complete wrong place. My eyes do deceive me. We know what this deck is. This is an interesting deck for Bruzani to come out with in game #2 because this is kind of back to what Mini Minter did in game #2 against Clown. If I think I'm better than you, I'm going to play a deck that only controls. And we all know this deck. You guys have probably all lost to it. It's incredibly frustrating. It's just Miner Chip and Rocket Cycle. There's a building in there. I believe it's probably Inferno from Brew. And it's one of those things where if you've played this deck enough with your comfort deck, you probably know a way around it. I just wonder if Clown knows this matchup well.
We just also notice how much more slowly Brew is playing this cycle deck than how aggressively Clown played the cycle deck he played last game.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, of course, because this deck, like, if you know how to play this deck well that Brew's playing, it is incredibly powerful. And you don't need to overextend yourself early. because you have that rocket to make up at the end of the game.
Oh, the Mega Knight turns back to the Dark Prince. You know, I'm not sure if that's what Brew intended. I think he wanted that Mega Knight to go to the Miner and get the Dark Prince connection instead, but he'll be fine here. He's able to control easily against this Mega Knight I mean, he can even Miner in these situations in the future as well, just to let that Inferno Tower do its job.
And Clown just leaking Elixir, trying to figure out exactly what to do. This time, Bruzani just goes right back in. Miner, Fire Spirit does connect. Remember, Fire Spirit does more than Fireball, guys, so that's a big time hit there, which is why you see pros regularly making negative Elixir trades to stop that Fire Spirit.
Look at the Skelly's timing out of Brew there. Behind the tower on the right-hand side, they walk in front just in time to get the AQ.
One shot. It's a clinic.
This is some of the best gameplay we've seen today.
Yeah, and that's what, wow.
Okay.
Actually, that Royal Ghost, though, splashing the entire time. And this goes back to what we're saying. These control-oriented decks can be very, very difficult if you start making any mistakes to come back. You never want to go down.
Like, just as I say, this is some of the best gameplay we've seen today, that thing happens.
What's that, Fireball? I mean, a rocket on the AQ?
No, the Royal Ghost thing.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, why?
Curse of the Caster, you
know? My lord.
And nice catch there, you know, ish. Like, the best catch you can get with the Royal Ghost.
And nice bats in front of the Inferno Tower. Nothing can really do anything for the bats except for the delivery, but now delivery is not there when you want to deal with the AQ. Great zap out of Boom Clown to retarget. Mega Knight in deep. Dark Prince trying to control.
Royal Ghost living on that left-hand tower.
Look at that, you're right.
This is again why people do not play these decks a lot in competition. It's just very, very difficult if things start to slip away from you, if your opponent starts to figure out your cycle correctly. This is not over by any means because Rocket is still in the equation.
But keep in mind, no champion for Brew to get that 3-card cycle for Rocket. And no champion on either side, actually.
Miner to the back, Royal Ghost again causing problems here. Miner getting tanked, or excuse me, Royal Ghost getting tanked for that Miner. 2 rockets is all Brew needs, but pressure is in. And can he get back around fast enough?
Miner to the inside corner. That's a great Miner. And it gets it done. Brew. So it comes out and says, hey, you think you can play quick cycle? Let me show you how it's done. Experience some adversity, overcomes it, gets a big win.
Yeah, I mean, really, that's the best way to put it. We saw him completely in control early on. Then we saw what happens a lot of times at the highest level when you play decks that are like this. One small mistake, one skeleton one tile too low, Miner cycle too high, whatever it is, and you start to see damage coming in. You cannot panic. The Rocket is the great equalizer. You might hate it, you might love it, but we all know the Rocket can change a game in just 2 quick cycles, and that's all Brew had to do. He just needed to get enough Miner chip damage in to be within 2 rockets, and then he knew he could beat him cycle-wise.
This zap was really pretty. You couple in the arrows before, but Brew didn't lose his composure, controlled it as well as he could. That delivery a half step early maybe made this fight a little bit closer than it should have been.
Yeah, and that was also good decision-making by Brew, getting that delivery down on the right-hand side and just letting that Royal Ghost put in work on the left-hand tower, get down skeletons if and when you can. Honestly, couple Fire Spirits not getting on top of tower, we could have seen Boom Clown take that.
Sure, and Boom Clown, instead of going home with $1,000, could have been into 2K guaranteed, which is where Bruzani is now, with 2K in the pocket and playing for 4,000.
In our finals, Bruzani doing it, no one's surprised, right? You and I both, no surprise here that Bruzani is making it on through. This is what he does in competitions like this. You've got a couple world finalists out there in the mix, you've got a couple other great players out there, some content creators, ladder one tricks, whatever it is, but still never surprising when Bruzani plays well in a competition such as Snapdragon Pro Series.
Okay, was that quote legitimate?
No, I made it up entirely.
I wasn't sure if he had messaged you this new quote or if you had made it up because it came true.
No, fake news.
Well, no, it's actually accurate news.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he probably would have backed it. He would have been like, yeah, I said that.
Yeah, sure.
I had to double check because the whole time it was happening, I was like, I mean, that confidence tracks.
Sure.
Because a 2-0 in semis looks pretty nice.
Yeah, and against the guy who has been really impressive all day long in Boom Clown.
Yep.
I'm so sad we don't get to say Boom Clown anymore.
I'm going to say it more.
We might as well get it out of your system now because Bruzani makes their way through on to finals, which means we only have one more semis finals match to determine who will be our last final competitor. That, of course, is going to be between Diego and Victor down here on the bottom of the bracket. This one could be close.
Yeah, Diego with a real chance here to become a repeat champion at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, I mean, that's really, really cool here for Diego, and it's been a lot of work for him today, working through the lower half of the bracket. Yes, we did talk that it's a little bit easier than maybe the top half of the bracket, but even in this matchup against Rimapon, you know, a guy that has been in our top 8 before here at Snapdragon Pro, but it was really about the way that Diego played these decks and made his decisions with picking these decks. I really like this choice here. This is actually a great moment to highlight that. He goes Giant Skeleton, AQ, EQ in this, and right there, Giant Skeleton body blocking the Ram Rider from getting through to the tower, Giant Skeleton clearing the path here for the Archer Queen, Bomb Tower putting in work, great Skeleton work, you know, in terms of surviving the match, but I would like to see that micro get cleaned up a little bit more now that we're in the semifinals. He could have made a lot of defenses for 1 elixir cheaper.
On the other side of things, it's going to be Victor, 7-1 so far in his sets overall in the Snapdragon Pro Series North American Season 2 Split 1. And, you know, on paper, probably the least accomplished player, or one of the least accomplished players in the tournament overall. You know, not even an 8K player, nothing in the top 100 on ladder, but still playing very much above his resume.
Yeah, you know, and he's been playing really clean. You talk about what he did against Sweep, quick 2-0 there, right? Goes Golem in game number 1, kind of surprising, but he makes it work. And then you go game number 2, back to Mortar, Miner, control with Poison, but he throws in the Cannon Cart, kind of weird. And that's something that you were pointing out. You know, his decks are, they're not super innovative or crazy, but there's just a little twist to them that makes them tough. Like even the last one where he had Inferno in as instead of like Mortar, which would normally be in that deck.
They are good dual decks. Because
100%.
Duels is not about going crazy off meta doing ridiculous snipes.
Yeah.
Duels is about making good, strong deck choices with the 1 or 2 card adjustment to match the calls you're making for your opponent analysis.
Which is why the pros love Snowball so much.
All right, well, we're going to get to see what the choices are, who's coming out on top. Final semifinals match is getting underway.
I predict the draw.
I love it.
Dark Prince picks up Le Miner.
And
That's miner in French, in case you didn't know.
It is. Victor looking like he could be going back to... I mean, this is the thing. This is what's interesting. That normally when you see those 2 cards, you pretty much predict it's going to be Miner, Mortar, Control with AQ and Ice Spirit and Valk and all that. But we did see him play Miner, Control with no Mortar and throws in the Inferno.
And Poison plus Valk will get the AQ off the board. Little early damage here, courtesy of Victor, 28-28. I don't think I've ever seen 28-28 on a tower before.
Really?
It's in my brain. It's probably happened, right?
I would think it has.
But you think about it, right? There are 3,052 possible things you could see on a tower.
I wonder how many we've seen.
Also, and I wonder how many are out, because what's the least amount of damage something does?
Something can do, yeah.
Right?
Alpi,
Royale API,
yeah.
Go figure out what are all the possible tower damages that could be on a tower.
It was like when that thing happened like a month ago with football where it was like a unique score. It was like one of the first unique scores they'd had in years. Anyway, we're old. And nerds.
I'll deny none of those.
So we still don't know, right? It looks by the way he's playing this, it's going to be back to what he just ran, which was the Inferno Tower as the last card, just going straight up Miner Control, Miner Poison Control. And other side of it, probably going to be some weird, you know, RG deck. Mega Minion not super popular, at least in what this meta was.
No, and there was a time when almost every deck had Mega Minion in it. Right, and that's when you think about a card like the one we're not seeing tonight in the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Which, of course, I believe will have some more balances coming its way as they continue to shake it out. But so many of the cards had their heyday when you're like, this is broken.
Yes.
And Mega Minion, people might forget just how busted it was for a while.
Yeah, and even when it wasn't busted, it was just one of the best utility cards in the game. Super high DPS, a little mini tank, could find itself in RG, find itself in Graveyard, find itself in Golem, find itself in Lava, but really kind of fallen off in usage as of late because why not just use Phoenix?
Oh, Phoenix.
Nice miner. Great miner there. Gets to the Dark Prince, kites the Mega Minion. Beautiful stuff there. Untouched is Victor.
Although that's not going to last for long. One shot in from the Royal Giant. DPS stops the second one. and
You know,
finally Diego on the board.
He does take the shot there, but I actually really like what he did, Rich, because he played the guard so low that he knew a bar barrel plus E-Spirit couldn't clean him up. It did allow the one shot to come in, but it was also a 100% defense, which I always love to see.
1573 to 2745 as Victor poisons the queen in the left-hand lane.
And just to clarify, when I say 100% defense, I don't mean that you don't take any damage. I mean that it is 100% going to work, whereas sometimes you see people try to play a defense like that. Dark Goblin would sweep, and it got NATO'd in. That was something that should have worked, but then it lost in the game.
95 seconds left as Victor just content to sit back a bit. The bomb tower, the choice this time, and the Mega Minion almost escapes there, forcing the Ice Spirit out to take it away from the Princess Tower.
Nice Ice Spirit, too, because not only does it pull the Mega Minion in and freeze it, it also gets the RG frozen. Double AQ ability on the left-hand side. No one decides to throw a unit down to distract.
Victor just pressing Diego right now.
I mean, he's just completely in control, right? And because he went Bomb Tower instead of Inferno, it's just like a little bit less appetizing to Lightning. Lightning's still going to come in, but now Ice Spirit's there with Log.
Can Diego get, and you know what Diego we never saw him do was get a chance to set up RGs in both lanes.
Yep. And that's his own fault, right? That's one of those things where you have to have the wherewithal and the patience to cycle one in the back and get all the way back around. I think maybe one of the reasons why is because he knows his opponent can get that 3-card cycle in, and the damage, it just might not be a good call. AQ on the left-hand side, completely untouched on that tower. No ability, though.
And full-on minor poison. Dark Prince will go back and clear it off, but things looking worse and worse.
Guard. Wow. 3 shots in. That is massive for Victor, who has, like you just said, man, completely controlled this game.
I don't know if you've ever been speared before, but it hurts a lot, Andrew, even if you're a rock.
Yeah. Miner going to go to the back probably again. Yeah, goes to the back inside. Poison is in. GG's for Victor there. And maybe, just maybe, depending on how the rest of this set goes, I will say if it ends up being Victor and Bruzani, they've kind of set themselves apart in the semifinals based off the 2 games we just saw from Brew and this one here from Victor against Diego.
Yeah, fascinating game for him. And let's take a look at some of the action from that matchup. This is that Miner you talked about. Just a nice little kite to get the Mega Minion out of the mix.
I also just, you know what, big shout out to the replay booth too, because I talked about both those moments, didn't even think about being able to see them again on replay, just been on top of it all day long, nothing but love for you. And there was the Ice Spirit connect. There were literally all the, I mean, come on, you're just doing our job for us. Love it.
Yeah, this is solid replay work. Give that man 2 raises.
And there you go, just minor poisoning on the way out, 25 seconds remaining.
And there you go, there it is.
Back around, and yep.
The no shield on it too.
Yep.
That's even more annoying.
It's like, yeah, it's like more insulting. That you just have to breathe on that guard and it dies, but it gets in like 500 damage.
What do you think is the most intimidating weapon that any character carries in Clash Royale?
I'll have to think about that.
The anchor attached to a rope?
Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, the Prince Lance still, like, I think because it's still done so much damage for so long, and it pops units all the time. Like when it's charging and it just, you drop something and it just disappears, E-Wiz, Hunter, all that. I would not want to catch a Prince Lance on a bad day. Or a good day.
Or on a day.
On any day.
Yeah, no, that would be brutal. What do you think in the chat? What do you think is the most frightening weapon that's wielded in Clash Royale? Let us know.
Like, I think you guys are idiots.
Yeah. Diego, in a difficult spot here, needs to win 2 in a row for a chance at our finals and to be a repeat champion here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. That's
a great point that you make.
Yeah.
It's a tough one to do. Because Victor played that very, very well. And again, when you look back at going through Sweep and Gabo the way that he did, it's really not that surprising. Just to talk about what he's played, we've seen Mortar, Miner, Poison, the weird one with Cannon Cart, right? We saw the Golem deck, which we've only seen twice today, RG, and of course, just going right back to Miner, Poison Control, but switching out the Inferno for Bomb Tower just cuz. And it ends up being a really great play because Inferno in that last game would have caused him problems.
And it's so annoying to lose the game against AQ when you have Lightning.
Yeah, good point. That's a great point because, again, Victor doing a good job of making sure that AQ was never anywhere near the Bomb Tower. So Golden Knight has meant a lot of drill here today, but we haven't seen a lot of drill with Flying Machine.
Interessant.
And RG for Victor, most likely at the bottom of your screen.
And that's a nice fireball for Diego because it makes Victor do this, right? Get the hunter out, just make sure that that flying machine doesn't get something in front of it and stay annoying.
And takes a little bit of damage, but tries to get on the offense here. I think he'll get a King Tower activation. No, the Fisherman body blocks just more than it needed to.
I think it didn't get the pig that he wanted.
Yeah, been there. I don't know what that means.
Minute 15 passed, and so far, so good for Victor, who avoids more significant damage. Didn't get the King Tower activation with a light, but
Diego also looking like he's already recognized he's most likely running into lightning, so that's why you see the 3 zap. Oh, no, it's Fireball, never mind. Fireball saved for the flying machine, lets the zappies be dealt with in a different manner.
And that Fireball must have been buried beforehand. Potentially also Victor was trying to force out some more action there at the bridge and they get the Fireball out, but my guess is that Fireball was buried earlier on. But now it becomes an interesting question for Victor, right? What's your Fireball target? Is the because your Fireball target is by far the best for at least 3 of the troops on your on the opposing side of the board.
Yeah, it does become a really fascinating conversation because you think it's always going to be the flying machine because it's too far, it's like too hard to get to, you can just put in too much work. But I honestly think it could end up being the Zappies because they have such great defensive utility. It's going to be so hard for that Royal Giant to break through.
But then what do you do against the pigs? Do you just Tombstone and then try to
And
hunter?
Skeleton King, I think. I think you got to use the Skeleton King in that situation. Hopefully you can go opposite lane with that Skeleton King, or at least get it down early enough, get enough souls so you can get the Royal Giant behind. So there we go, Fireball on top of the Zappies. You know what? There's not a lot of good stops right now for the Royal Giant.
Yeah, it can't. I mean, you have the Zappies to slow, and then you force out the Fireball, and then once that happens, I mean, you can get the recruits in the mix, get the Goblin Cage in the mix, no connection to the tower for that Golden Knight.
And this is a great time to RG right behind that Skeleton King in front of. And he calls the good game.
Wow.
I like that. I like that attitude. Calls the good game, Fireball on top of the Zappies, and that is a really, really nice threading of the needle. And he calls the shot. I mean, does it in style. I know the game's not over yet, but he just called a 3, shot it up in the air, turned around and ran half down court. Love it.
Put your mouthpiece back in. You're going to hurt something.
275, still needs 2 fireballs, needs more damage to come in. Also, would be pretty sweet to see Diego win now that he called good game.
Yeah,
but
true.
Could be very tough.
The flying machine here, can Diego get something in front of the flying machine? He wants to keep the Fireball off his tower at all costs. That's the big goal now. Just don't let that Fireball have an opportunity.
And then you see him right there just baiting out that Fireball, stacking Zappies and flying machines on top of each other to go and just please Fireball this. I'm giving you so much value, man.
And look at that flying machine just staying out of tower range.
And he just lets it go.
Oh my word.
He just lets it go.
Piggy's in.
What?
What?
Where's the Tombstone is late, but the Piggies aren't going to stop.
The Piggies don't get there.
Wow, RG not going to be able to be stopped. And wow, Victor almost calls it and then blows it, but is able to clean up that defense just enough at the end. Woo! I mean, look, now we got, 2 guys that have talked good amount of trash in our finals.
Yes, yes, and I hope they talk more trash, but this was just, I mean, this was a game that Victor was just totally in control of for 99% of the game. Yep. And it was the story here of, and look at, here's the good game call. He goes in behind, the Fireball
and look at the HP on his tower, 23-13 when he calls good game. Makes sense why, but then Fireball comes in, and these flying machines get so much value.
He just kept thinking that flying machine would get in range, and that Fisherman is the big betrayer of Clash Royale. It pulls stuff you don't want to pull. There it goes, and doesn't tank, or like tanks when it's not supposed to tank.
Man, and you got to give credit to Victor too. He goes to a different spot with the Tombstone so it doesn't get fireballed off the board. Had it been fireballed off the board, we might be going to game number 3. But Diego will not be our repeat champion. It's going to be Victor. It's going to be Brew in our finals.
Oh boy.
That was a very, very impressive way to close out our semifinals matchup. I mean, two 2-0s.
Yeah.
Players were ready. Everybody came to play today. That was a very, very solid performance, and that means it's going to end up being Brew Zany versus Victor in our finals. How you feeling about that?
I'm excited. Both these guys have been brash today. I just actually looked up. I know I lied about the quote earlier. I did get a quote that Bruzani said, and he actually posted this yesterday, that Victor will be the easy out for me in finals.
Did he really say that?
Stop it.
Are you
There's
serious?
no
100%
way.
said that. So, Brew just continues to be brash, and Victor already called good game for this
I was going to
final
say,
as well.
yeah, we've had shots called all throughout the day. Brew does it to Boss. You know, Rich said he did it to Boomer. Apparently he didn't. Now he called the actual finals matchup.
Yep.
But Victor calling good game after going, excuse me, can you guys look at his set? 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. He has not lost a game yet today.
That's a nice way to play.
All right. Well, it's all going to come down to this. We're going to take a quick break to get our players all set up and ready. But when we come back, we will crown a champion. The finals are right around the corner. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay on my lane.
Welcome back back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Our finals are right around the corner for our Clash Royale Season 2 Split 1, and it actually ended up being our first seed versus our second seed when all of it was said and done. Very impressive performances here throughout the day, but as the bracket illustrates, it will be Bruzzani going up against Victor. Both players having a very impressive performance on the day so far. Of course, I'm your host, Glitter Explosion, joined by Rich and Andrew. Been crushing it all day, ready to get into finals. This is going to be a fun matchup.
Oh, yeah, and it's an interesting matchup for these two players because on one side you have a much more experienced Bruzzani who, if he does win this competition today, that $4,000 top prize would match the most he's ever made from a Clash Royale competition, whereas Victor, with the 2K he's already secured, has by far outstripped his biggest prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that's really exciting about when you get better and better and farther along in these competitions. And as CR evolves in general as a competitive esport, there's a lot more money on the line more regularly. And that also means there's a lot more pressure in these moments, right? Now you go from just winning a game to building some clout to now starting to get into life-changing money. Now $4,000 might not quite be life-changing, but also getting $4,000 at their age would have changed my life at the time. So I love to see it. And when you talk about these two players specifically, they have been so fun to watch today. Very little repeating of win conditions, maybe a couple mortars, maybe a couple Royal Giants, but in general, we've seen Brew, for instance, he's gone Drill, he's gone Lava, he's gone Control, he's gone Miner, he's gone Royal Giant, he's gone Hog Rider. He has been all over the place. And it's been the exact same story for Victor. Two guys that have become incredibly difficult to predict here in our finals, which speaks for itself. After you go through an entire day of competition in single elimination, which means you're always playing like, you know, it's almost like when there's double elimination, it's like that regular season versus playoffs conversation. When it's single elimination, there's so much more at stake. You're always playing what you believe is 150%, not only the best option, but also what you're comfortable with. And these guys have both shown they are incredibly comfortable with everything that was in this meta that we're living in for this competition.
You know, it's interesting, you talk about the versatility of Brew. Only 6 games played, so not a huge pool to pick from. But in those 6 games, 5 of them have been a Minor Control variation or a Royal Giant variation with the one Golem out there. So if I am on the side of Bruzzani here against Victor, I'm trying to make some picks for, hey, I'm preparing for Victor to play Miner, I'm preparing for Victor to play Royal Giant and maybe Golem, and trying to maybe go for some hard snipes there.
Yeah, I could not agree more.
You know what? I've got one more quote here to close out the day, okay?
Yes!
This one's from Victor, and it's about what he's going to do with the prize money. You want to read this one for me, Andrew?
Yeah, I will continue paying the expenses that arise from my university, and I will go out with my girlfriend to many places.
Isn't that cute?
That's adorable. I mean, talk about being responsible and thoughtful. I don't know if I was either of those things at his age.
To many places, by the way. Now, he didn't say
he did not to one nice dinner, many places.
He's actually
like
going to
it.
go see every McDonald's in town.
Yeah, I was like, but
No.
places.
No, okay? They're going to do something fancy.
Fair
and it's
enough.
going to be really, really nice. Now, I might be a little bit biased.
I know, I was like,
kind
who
of
is she
want
talking to right
Victor to take this money home now.
I get it.
The girlfriend needs to go somewhere, okay?
Brew will just spend it on a blue check mark, honestly, all of it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, right?
We're not doing it. We're not getting that one. Costs just a little bit less than $4,000,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
still might be able to pay for, you know, a century or so.
Sure.
Bruzzani, Victor, great versatility,
Yeah.
great domination all throughout the day. Good little bit of trash talk from both of them. So now who's going to come out on top? And also who's going to talk? I want to see some BM in our finals.
Oh, yeah.
I really want to see
It's
it.
been quiet on the BMing, other than a little bit from Victor, who called his shot and then nearly tripped at the finish line.
He did, yep.
Other than that one, it's been pretty quiet.
They were saving it all for the finals, and of course, finals means one final prediction from you, chat. We want to know who you think's gonna be taking the whole thing home. Will it be Bruzzani or will it be Victor? Let us know down below in Twitch chat. In that poll, your thoughts on this finals matchup. Because speaking of the finals matchup, it's ready to go. I'm going to send it on off to you guys for the last time of the day. I hope you have enough energy left in the tank. Let's do this thing.
We'll get in there. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Now, Andrew, this might shock you. I am predicting a draw.
Oh, wow. How's that been working out for you?
So far, it's got 0 for 2. So it hasn't been the best pick so far, but I think it comes in today.
Well, and that's the other thing, 0 for 2, 2 for 0. That's what we both saw in the semifinals from these two competitors, just completely dominating the person that they saw on the other side of the board. Will that be the same case? Our finals are underway. Victor, bottom of your screen, Bruzani at the top, 4,000 to the winner, 2,000 to the loser, and of course the title of being champion here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
A reminder for those of you watching at home, if you're wondering where is the Phoenix and the Monk, they are not allowed in this competition, so you'll have to wait until split 2 of our Snapdragon Pro Series to block spells and pop eggs.
I did want to see some like sweet spell blocks, but you know, I'm sure I'll have plenty of time to do that over the next couple of years.
It will happen. And Victor setting up, that's a nice little fireball value for Bruzani. Pigs from Victor.
And nice timing there, right? The tombstone couldn't come down earlier or else it would have chained that Golden Knight all the way to the tower, but still damage does come in for Victor. Damage on both sides, 27-19 to 29-36. This is a best of 3 in duel mode for the championship. Seed 1, Bruzani, top of your screen. Seed number 2, Victor, bottom of your screen. And yeah, you really don't see number 1 and number 2 seeds make it all the way through, but that's exactly what these two did.
And they're probably 2 of the most unlikely number 1 and number 2 seeds to make it all the way through.
You mean out of the 16 people we have? For sure, 100%.
You had
probably like 5 people you could put ahead of them.
Yeah, you have a few world finalists in there. 6-man split for Victor, 3 to the left, 3 to the right. As Bruce sets up his Skeleton King into that left-hand lane. Wondering if Victor has a small spell to go with these arrows to get the Mother Witch off the board, or if it's going to be, you know, do what you can with the arrows. There's no guards for the,
I'm pretty sure usually in this deck it is just the one spell. Sometimes Fireball, sometimes arrows. We will find out as this Royal Giant does come down. Zappies and maybe a 6-man to deal. Fireball in, so he's gonna have to make something happen quick. And he does get the push just in time.
Yep, cage right there, but the Brawler's gonna get taken away by the Fish Boy. And that's what Fisherman's for right there.
Yep, and that is exactly what Brew wants out of it, right? That's more than enough damage all the way down to 718. Very comfortable spot for Bruzani early on in our finals.
Yeah, and this Mother Witch is gonna be a menace in this game. There's just no real, because it's the Mother Witch creates a really excellent way to deal with those Royal recruits, and you have no way to get her off the board when she's on that side of the
unless there's Mirror is the 8th card, right?
Yeah,
which it would be nice for Victor, but at this point with only 718 HP remaining, it's already feeling like a little too not enough, way too late.
Didn't protect Mother Witch this time, did Brew, but doesn't matter. Still holds on, 718, the mark on the bottom left-hand tower.
Yeah, decent damage in there on the right, down to 2187, but still nothing to make Brew worry at all. As Victor is trying to come back into this game after taking a massive hit from that Royal Giant early on, and now cycling the cage early.
Final 90 seconds. Can Victor find any way through here? So far, it feels like the answer is no.
Yeah, it's really difficult trying to think about what he does need to do to break on through. And with that giant skeleton, or excuse me, the Skeleton King being cycled, going towards that right-hand lane, really smart play there by Bruzani. Just makes it that much harder to want to pull the trigger on getting piggies out.
There's a lot in the left-hand lane, but then the Zappy is just pulling everything, controlling in the middle here.
Zappies are so good. They really are like one of the best cards in the game.
And they're nice looking too.
Yeah.
Still, Brew just can't find it. The dual lane pressure not working, goes with a 4-2 split. Heavy on the left, and then splits the Zappy's opposite direction.
It's so weird that he had Fireball for that long.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't make a lot of sense.
And he misses one Zappy with it, too.
Could've just waited a second. Yeah, just feeling the pressure, man. $6,000 matchup here.
And that's quite the Golden Knight dash. Fishboy will pull it off the tower, though.
Yeah.
And Golden Knight without NATO is also one of those, I mean, you're kind of like lucky that you're playing it's a cloggy type of deck from Bruzani.
Fireball comes in, and now Brew goes, all right, cool, I'm going to go right back on the offensive. Zappies come down. He knows that he doesn't have enough to stop the Zappies and get a cage down in time. Misses the cage. RG goes on through. Brew, 1 game away and on a run right now. Just been mowing through his opponents.
GG, well played. Bruzani takes game number 1, now 1 win away from matching his best prize pool day at $4,000. Of course, both guys have 2K already secure. Here, take a look at the action.
There just had to have been a place to use that fireball earlier. There just had to have been. Maybe not, but I don't understand how the Mother Witch gets as much value as it did in this game and not having a point to fireball.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And maybe it was just a thing of being kind of locked where you're having indecision of whether it goes Mother Witch or Zappies, and then you're delaying, and then it goes, oh, well, the moment's passed.
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing, too, is just like, what do I fireball, right? Okay, so I do fireball the Zappies. Mother Witch gets a ton of value. Okay, I do fireball the Mother Witch. Zappies just completely lock up the entire board there. He just had so much map presence, did Bruzani, throughout that entire game. There was no way to create enough space to get those piggies to do anything at all. I mean, look, there's always so much red on the board in every one of these highlights.
Yeah, and that's a great way to put it. There's so much red in every highlight. There's also so much blue in every one of these too, right? Just the blue couldn't get past the red.
Yeah,
it was just stuck.
And the Mother Witch, right? The great kind of decider, the X factor in this matchup. 8 of them played so. That's one thing I wish we could start to see in stats, and I know that that's not. I mean, I don't even know if anyone's ever talked about this, but like, how many pigs were spawned? I would love to know that
All
in
of
a
them?
match, right? Like,
yeah.
like literally, if you look back and you're like, oh yeah, he played Mother Witch. He got 60 pigs out of it over 5 minutes.
I wonder if the API pulls that. Alpi, does the API pull that data? I have no idea.
I think that'd be super cool to know, because it just shows you how much value you're getting there. And yes, there's 3 fireballs, 8 Mother Witches came down, 9 sets of Zappies, only 3 fireballs out. All this means is, well, 2 things. He didn't know what to fireball, and as you can see, Rich, 1 set of Royal Hogs, he never knew how to get on offense.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Just never knew a way to make it start happening. And big thanks to Stats Royale for our post-game look, providing that for us all day today. But again, somebody cracked the code. Is there do they actually have an API that tracks how many pigs a Mother Witch spawns?
Isn't that kind of a fun thing to know?
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
I've done it. 5 years, I finally said something that was viable.
It was, I mean, it's tremendous, actually. It makes up for the whole thing.
All the rest of it. Bruzani, Victor, game number 2 of our finals coming your way in just right now, actually. That was perfect timing. And Victor has to turn this set around. 2-0 is the only way he walks away with 4K.
I mean, already $2,000 will take him to many places with his girlfriend. Can he get into many more? 2,000 will get into some places. Education plus a few. He wants to go with many. What if it's the opposite way around and he's like, the first 2,000 is for me and my girlfriend and the second 2,000 is for education?
Hey man, live your life.
Live your life.
Oh wow, look at that log. Brew, just playing on another level right now.
Yeah, Victor has to give it up for that one. The well played comes in. There's no tombstone for this. Did Victor, oh, but he has the NATO. For a half second I was like, did Victor just scratch that one? But
yeah, I mean, he can't throw in the towel at this point.
Nope.
He's going Golem though, which at least it looks like it's Golem.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it does look that way, which that giant skeleton becomes really annoying, and you know Bruzani's good enough to be like, okay, I'm happy to switch lanes. I don't mind.
Yep, indeed. But I don't know what the building situation is here for Brew.
It's got to be bomb or cannon, most likely. I mean, it could be. We've seen Inferno today. It's been weird. We'll see.
We've seen it, and we were saying before that you have to imagine that Victor's going to go RG or Golem. And didn't go RG in game 1, so did he snipe here with the Inferno? My guess is no.
No way. The timing on that Ice Spirit behind to get on top of those Skellies to allow that Hog Rider to get a hit.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful gameplay, man.
And so it is cannon. Controls the Golem nicely. AQ stays up. Log. Does he get the? I think did he already get the ability?
Yeah, use the ability for the baby drag. But this is this should be enough. I mean, Skellies maybe come down late. No, it goes cannon last second. That's fine, right? Golem just got played. You know you can get all the way back around. Now we just need to see giant skeletons, I think, cycled in the back here.
That might have been the throw, though, because now Brew finds himself way behind an Elixir.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he will be able to get back to an AQ. He will be able to get back to a cannon, but it's all about how long can you just go into the same defense over and over again. I hate being in this spot playing against Golem.
Yep, this is the problem spot.
Nice cannon there.
Yeah, but Lightning goes to does not get the AQ, gets the cannon off, and then the NATO pulls it all in, and that's bye-bye clean.
Oh, and doesn't get the ability in time. Tough stuff there. Game not sewn up yet, but it's looking really tough for Brew. We'll see what Victor wants to do here. I like this. I like that he set up a push that can turn into a golem push, but wasn't a golem.
And Brew needs to do this right here. Tombstone is going to get taken off by the Earthquake.
NATO, yep.
Gets back to the NATO. But now this was the expenditure that Brew had to force on that defense.
Yep.
So he's not having to play on his back foot here against this against this Night Witch.
Yeah, and it's an interesting spot to be in because you still can't find a comfortable place to golem because Brew's doing a good job of not overspending anywhere, so he can always get that Hog Rider out and steal the game.
Giant Skeleton's going to demand something there.
And Brew does get the EQ in.
Oh, no,
wow,
for
the
Brew.
coast to coast there.
Yeah, that was a miscalculation by Brew Zany, potentially a fatal one here. Because if, with that cannon cart being down, that's just an easy draw the hog all the way out. And now suddenly Victor's starting to open up that distance.
Yeah, and that was also a really nice bar barrel. It didn't get all three of the skeletons. It got two of them. It was just a nice, it just shows where Victor's mentality's at right now, and he's far from out of this one.
Yes.
Where's the Tombstone going to go? Late NATO. I like that play.
Yeah, very, very nice. And he can't afford to mess that NATO up.
No, he cannot. But he also, he's having a really hard time of figuring out where he can get damage in. I love that lightning. Now he just needs to get all the way back around, which means you have to play a good Tombstone, and then you should be able to get one more NATO in here. But doesn't. Oh, yeah, the cannon card.
The missed NATO.
The NATO.
The missed NATO.
And then another hog is down. Another hog is down, and the giant skeleton bomb is right there. EQ comes in.
My word.
Brew Zany.
What?
Wow.
Why?
Wow, the pressure, man. Pressure, pressure, pressure.
Oh my gosh. Well, there goes your education, just the girlfriend outings.
And what a beautiful late game send there from Brew. I mean, honestly, you and I both said it. You hate being in that spot against Golem.
Yep.
They're just setting up over and over and over. You're overspending on defense. You're taking way too much damage. But Brew finding great moments to just send in a naked hog. Or once it got close enough at the end going, okay, he cannot Golem. I have to win this. Giant Skelly plus Hog Rider. Let's do a full sellout. Love what we saw there.
And so here we go. This looked like Victor kind of had the whole thing figured out. I thought this was the end for Brew right here.
Yeah, me too.
When this hog goes opposite lane, you're like, well, that's 4 elixir that didn't do much.
And you've got a healthy cannon cart going away from the bomb. Same with the Night Witch. It feels like there was maybe a missed opportunity somewhere in there from Victor, maybe because he was freaking out. It's a lot of pressure.
Yep.
If it's just a ladder game, maybe he would have went all in on that right-hand side. Who knows?
And you see it's a little bit of leakage there as well. You see about elixir and a half leaked more by Victor. And then he just plays the NATO early because even he didn't predict that the cannon cart would go down and stop the hog for a minute.
And that is just, again, your nerves are getting to you, right?
Yep.
Because I saw it coming and I was like, well, that's what should technically happen based off of how this game works.
Yep.
But you saw it. Victor just drops the NATO where he thought it would be, completely misses the Hog Rider, and Brew Zany, you said it, Rich, you said his experience might carry him to the title, and not only the experience, the confidence. Great job here. Our #1 seed takes that #1 spot.
Takes that #1 spot very nicely. I think that came down to processing speed. Right there at the end is how many things can your brain handle all at one point? And in that moment, Victor was thinking about so much stuff. Keep this here, keep this here, keep this here. He autopiloted the NATO.
Yes, and he just needed to double down. He just needed to get a little bit more support on that right-hand side. You had a completely healthy cannon and Night Witch. Maybe just throw a bar barrel in front of it. Whatever you need to do to cycle back around so you can get back to NATO. Then you just got to body block the Giant Skeleton, activate King Tower.
GG's, well played, and we have our NA champion glitter.
Decisive.
Yeah,
okay.
that's a great way to put it, Glenn.
That was, across the board for Brew Zany, really, really solid performance all day throughout the entire bracket. A very, very well-deserved win. And like you said, the #1 seed taking home the title. Nobody can be mad about that.
No, and you look at the losses he had, 1 loss to Boss, 1 loss to Cheesecake. Those are both big names out there in the space. Cheesecake changed his name from Cheesecake to I'm Washed back to Cheesecake, saying he's back in his groove. Was one of the few people to take a game off of Brew today.
At that point, that's an achievement.
It really is, yeah.
It was really nice play for Brew Zany all the way around. Look, Victor put up a great performance today, but again, you get down to that last moment and the pressure, you talk about that, and then again, we've all been there, that processing speed. Yeah, you know, you mix pressure with those sort of things, and I think that the big word for me is autopilot.
Yeah, autopilot or just like a malfunction in your autopilot, right? You think you know what you're supposed to do. You think you know that, like you said, autopilot. I know this is going to activate King Tower, but you're not paying attention to all the variables. The cannon cart, one time Brew didn't pay attention to it. It didn't work out great for him. The second time Victor doesn't pay attention to it, it costs him the championship. These are great highlights here from our championship match, and this was really a fascinating game number one because, Rich, there was not really any moment. I mean, obviously Brew goes out to a huge lead early on, but there was no moment for the rest of the 4.5 minutes where Victor could really find any offense at all.
Yeah, and I think this put him off kilter.
Yeah.
Right, because Victor today had never been playing from behind.
Yeah.
Right, he'd won the whole way through, had never had to play with the possible elimination on the line, and this one felt pretty good for a while. This one felt really nice for a while, but historically speaking, Hog Cycle does beat Golem.
It's just because of exactly what we saw late game, and this is already a good time. Even with only 30 seconds remaining, this is, I think, the last successful Golem that comes down from Victor because there's no other safe place to play it. A card that cost 8 elixir, you see him numerous times. This is actually a great moment. He cycles Night Witch in the back. He cycles Baby Dragon in the back, hoping he can sneak a Golem down in front. But doing that lets your opponent know exactly the only way that you know how to create offense. So what do you do as a Hog Rider player? Like you said, Rich, keep up the pressure because Golem cannot keep up with you.
But that one was the moment that felt like it was going to be Victor's victory. But as that doesn't turn into much of anything. This Hog Rider controlled. The EQ gets some damage, but check out the next sequence here, 212. What I'm trying to figure out is, at what point could he have played a Lightning, right? He's got so much down. Where's the Lightning here? He misses the NATO.
Oh man, was that the Lightning right there? No, I think he just Lightning right before that. Because he cycled a Lightning to get chip damage on tower.
Sure.
And I think that's why we saw the Giant Skeleton come back down. Because remember, I was like, all he needs to do is cycle back around to another Lightning. That's a good point that you make there. But also, that's one of those things where you don't need to do that yet, right? You're giving away too much information by throwing that 6 elixir out there and not taking a tower. It just goes pile up at the bridge. So we're talking about money. Bruzani, $4,000. Rich, he said he just matched his biggest prize purse in his career, and that's what he needs to do. If you talk about Bruzani and his trajectory in the competitive scene, this is a competition he had to win.
Yeah, and he won it very, very well. You know, if you run through a competition, that's one thing. If you have some bumps in the road, and that shows, especially for somebody who's trying to get to the point where they can compete at the highest level, overcoming those bumps with that kind of stakes, that's a big thing for him.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we've got a little bit of surprise here. We actually have Bruzani on the line, ready to chat with us for a Champions interview. First of all, Bruzani, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you feeling right now after taking home the dub?
I'm just feeling really great right now because I haven't really had like this big win, and this is like sort of like, even though like I won in CRL, got 4th place, this is like the first like breakthrough of my career in Clash Royale, and I'm really happy with my performance today.
Hey, Brew, Rich Slayton here. Congratulations on what's been a phenomenal run for you all the way through. You know, one of the things we were talking about was your confidence. You called out Boss for your matchup in round number 2. I'm gathering you two are more of a friendly rivalry here.
Yeah, there is no rivalry there. I just made that up, but I figured I would face him round 2, and so I just, just had to put it in there.
Hey, I mean, look, Brew, we love that kind of confidence. We love that attitude. You talk about this being the biggest win so far in your career. Obviously, congratulations. Great job today. What is your career going to look like in 2023? What are you looking to aspire to in 2023? 2021, we saw you a little bit. 2022 kind of felt like the year that maybe you would make it to World Finals. Now it feels like in 2023, you're at that top-tier pro level. What are your thoughts on your career this coming year?
Well, there's a lot going on since it's my senior year in high school, and wasn't entirely sure if I'd continue playing Clash Royale too much, but I think I can make. Well, I'm pretty sure I can make the World Finals this year, so that's gonna be my main goal, and yeah, that's it.
All right, well, I love to hear that. You've got some seriously attainable goals after your performance here today. We're going to be definitely following your journey the entire time. But before we let you go, first of all, thank you for jumping on and chatting with us. Love to be able to put a face to a name for everybody in chat that might not know who you are. Why don't you also give them a shout out, tell everybody where they can find you on social media or what type of content you create?
Well, I don't create much content yet, but I plan on doing a YouTube channel at some point. For Twitter, I guess that's my only social media platform right now. It's at Bruzani. But
And we have confirmation now. I heard you say, is it Bruzani or Bruzani? So we can confirm now that it is Bruzani specifically.
Oh, I don't even know that I even said that. I usually go by Bruzani.
Bruzani.
Oh.
Bruzani throws in that extra little twist. Okay, now we got your name down. You were just going to give a shout out to some of your fans. What would you have to say to them, Brew?
Well, first I was gonna give a shout out to Magma, since he basically carried me here. I would not be at this position without him. And yeah, for anyone who's supported me, even though I don't have much of a presence on social media, just like a really big thank you to everyone.
All right, I love it. Well, once again, thank you for taking the time to chat. Congratulations on the dub. It's gotta feel good. We're gonna let you go so you can enjoy it.
Okay, thank you.
Take care, Brew.
All right. I love when we are able to talk with him a little bit. Chat, he said he was creating YouTube content soon. Get in there now on the ground floor. Okay, be one of those first subscribers, because talk about somebody that's going to be good to learn from.
It was also just so cool to hear how excited he was about getting this first big win under his belt, right? It is true, like, you have to break through in this scene. There is a clique, there is a tier, there is a group of players at the highest level. They're all friends with each other, or at least all talk with each other, whether it's on Twitter, in a secret chat, whatever it is. They all kind of have this little society of the greats.
Yeah.
And Brew has kind of been knocking on that door for a while, and I really do feel like 2023 is his year to become that type of player.
Well, it's a big year, too, for NA, which has had some struggles as of late in Clash Royale. There haven't been, we had a good performance from an Air Surfer this year at World Finals. Right? Great performance there overall, but you haven't had a lot of guys able to carry the torch for NA to the top tier, and getting some more blood to join some of our current North American greats would be phenomenal.
All right, well, that's about all she wrote for today. I want to get some final thoughts from the two of you before I let you go, because I'm going to miss you while you're gone. I'm looking forward to the next one.
Boom clown, boom clown, boom clown, boom clown.
Boom clown.
Those are the final thoughts.
That's it.
And yeah, we love you guys. Glad to be here, Boom Clown.
Mwah, do it forever.
What? That works for me. That works for me. All right, that's a wrap on our Season 2 Split 1 NA Finals for Clash Royale. Obviously, a huge congratulations to Bruzani for being crowned our newest Clash Royale champion. Of course, huge thanks to our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force for helping us make this whole thing happen. Huge shout out to our casters, Rich and Andrew, for killing it on the cast. And finally, a big shout out to our amazing team behind the scenes at ESL Studios for putting on an awesome show. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. We'll see you next time.
gotta get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.